political head trauma, where if head trauma had a podcast, it would sound like this. I need to just download when David said that because he did it better than I do.
Yeah, for sure.
And I need to download that, and then we can just play that, and I can push buttons and all of that.
We also, can you hear me okay? Just making sure I don't hear myself.
You're kind of quiet.
Okay. We also should get our theme music going. So we got to pick our theme music so that we can do a proper intro. I mean, we're at the big kids table now. Look at us. We've got the Main Street Media Group who's backing us and who is assisting us. So we are actually gone live now in all sorts of media platforms. So this beautiful little show that you and Dave built, we are growing, and we are just so grateful for all of you that tune in, and especially for all of you that share or like and subscribe. And we hope that you'll go to Main Street Media's website and subscribe there because it's free. And they've got a ton of great content over there.
Yeah, if you search Main Street Media Utah, it'll pull it up. You can go there. They've got a couple of shows. Most of them are conservative oriented shows, things like that. So yeah, go and check it out.
It's KMMU.org.
Yep. And go there and check it out.
Go there,
support
subscribe,
them.
guys. We would love it because if you subscribe, then you get all the notifications that you need to know who's doing what show when. And we absolutely love it if you call in at 385-899-2134. And you can try KMMU.org or KMU TV as well.
Yep. Okay, so today we've got kind of a special show. Hopefully everyone's hearing us okay. We're talking to Gary Peacock about Dakota Pacific they're doing some development up in Summit County, and apparently there's some untoward things going on. So we're going to be talking with Gary. He's going to kind of fill us in.
Can I just add that this show isn't just for Summit County residents. This is something what Gary's going to get into with us is happening everywhere. This is not just Summit County. Tooele County's experienced this, Salt Lake County, so many counties, and not just in Utah. This is nationwide. This affects all of us. And so what we're going to go into with what's happening in Summit County, I hope you will listen and please engage. Give us a call. The number should be on the number's right here on the screen. So give us a call. We want to hear from you residents in Summit County. And we really appreciate Mr. Peacock joining us today because he's actually a citizen that got involved. And that we appreciate.
All right, Gary, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. All right. So
very good.
Give us kind of a heads up as to what's going on there in Summit County.
Well, it's a pretty complex story, but it started about, in 2008, actually, when a piece of property was bought by the Boyer Corporation, and the property they bought had an entitlement to it. And it was from a 2008 development agreement that the county had devised and signed that entitlement. So that was for, basically it was a tech parcel, and they were supposed to build office buildings and or medical labs and or light technology manufacturing. And the original concept was to diversify the economy up here in Summit County, since most of our economy is related to tourism, the novelty of Park City. In the wintertime, of course, we have 3 world-class resorts up here on our side of the mountain. On the other side is Alta and Snowbird, but we have the Canyons, Park City Mountain Resort in Deer Valley. So Boyer apparently tried to attract some tech tenants. And they did get one. It was Skull Candy. Came up here and built a headquarters, a pretty substantial facility. And then that was the end of it. So then Boyer Corporation ended up selling it to Dakota Pacific. And the story is that when Dakota Pacific purchased the land, they understood the entitlements were for a tech park, but they didn't want to build a tech park. So they'd asked the county if they would be receptive to a large project that would be residential based. So
Gary,
the county,
do you mind?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So initially, you're saying that as part of zoning goes, this was initially commercial. Just right out of the gate, this was a commercial property, and they went to the council and asked it to be deemed residential.
They asked it to be. They wanted an amendment to the entitlement, so that would have to be a separate agreement, and the county would have to agree to that. So Dakota Pacific came with a massive plan. It's the parcel is about 60 acres. And so they came up with a 58-acre plan that was 1,100 units, a hotel, commercial, and retail space right in the middle of Kimball Junction.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And so this went somewhat unnoticed in Park City for a year or two. There was a hardcore group of community activists that were going to the council meetings and opposing that development, but the community by and large was totally unaware of this until about October of 2021. And that's when I found out about this development. And so I was shocked about it. So I started publishing on Nextdoor and other media inside of Park City and describing this project. I had a map that showed the 30 some odd buildings, and people were shocked and astounded that they'd never heard of this. So the county, in the meantime, was all ready to vote on this. In 2021, they had one public comment meeting, not very well attended, in late January of 2021. And by August, they were prepared to vote 4-1 for this project. And so they were kind of trying to tweak the project and get it a little more green. And so in the meantime, the community became not only awakened, but they became outraged. And they were outraged because nobody had bothered to tell the community about this. And certainly not Dakota Pacific. They did nothing to try to sell this to the community. Instead, all their time and effort in trying to convince just 3 of the 5 county councilors. So on December 1st, 2021, they had only the second public comment meeting in 2021. And we got the biggest turnout that anybody had ever seen in the history of Summit County. We got right around 1,000 people to come. It was at the New Park Hotel. The fire department had to kick people out because we were over the occupancy. There were hundreds of people on Zoom. It was a 5-hour meeting. 80 people spoke against that project. And I would say it was about 95% against that project. On December 15th, Dakota Pacific came back and put a pause on their land application. And they said, well, we're going to rethink this project in the face of so much community opposition, and we'll go back, and we've heard interesting ideas for this project. So basically, they went silent for, until about sometime in 2022 or early 2023, they came back with a slightly modified project. That project threw out the hotel. The number of units went down to 721 total units. It had a central park in it. It had 2 uncovered pickleball courts, but mostly it had townhomes and condos, and it had 200 affordable housing units. So this is the main interest. The council interested in this project to begin with, is because affordable housing is in dire need across the state. The state of Utah, this is where it all gets interesting. The state of Utah has been encouraging, twisting arms even in the various municipalities and counties, and this is going up across the country, where states are trying to force municipalities to add affordable housing whether or not they want it. So they came back with this new project, and there were a bunch of discussions about it, and the community came back last year. We had 2 meetings. About 700 people attended those in person, and then we had lots of people on Zoom. And again, 95% against this. And so the council said they take all this into consideration, and then they would vote on it. So I guess it was sometime, I'm guessing around February, March, they announced that there'd be a decision vote in Colville at 5:00 on a certain day. So a bunch of us drove out to hear the decision, and they didn't take a vote. They announced instead that they were suing Dakota Pacific, and for monetary damages also.
What are they suing them for? What's the gist of the lawsuit? Is it because Dakota Pacific kept changing the idea of the development, or what's the lawsuit about?
No, I left out a very important part of interest in the chronology of this, but during the 2 years since 2021, after Dakota Pacific was told by the community that this was not acceptable, they went, and instead of just working on their project, they went to the state legislature, and they got a bill passed that basically said that the county would have to agree to a proposal like this if it had an HTRZ, which is a transit zone. It's essentially a glorified bus stop. And so they said, well, how about, so the county looked at that and they said, well, we don't think that applies. And they met all the requirements of the legislation. And so they said, well, we're not going to approve this yet. There's still a lot more issues to discuss. So in last year's legislative session, a representative, a state senator from Cache Valley, his name's Casey Snyder. Casey Snyder got a law passed called SB 84. And that law specifically entitled a company to 39 units per acre, which just happened to exactly overlay on the Dakota Pacific project. And while it did not specify Dakota Pacific, it just said a developer that wants to build some affordable housing and market rate units, they don't have to get the approval of the county.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We had legislators actually going behind the backs of local government.
Yes, and there was, I can tell you that not just the community, but the counselors were outraged because Dakota Pacific had been extremely deceptive with this. They've been working with their lobbyists and with the leadership And this bill, SB 84, was passed in the last 3 days of the legislative session. It came out of a committee, which is the Natural Resources Committee. Do you think that a project like this belongs in the Natural Resources Committee? No, it doesn't. And so we heard about this. And so Roger Armstrong, one of the counselors here, and other people went down to the Hill, and they wanted to testify about this bill. Well, guess what? The committee didn't hear them. They went down, spent 3 hours waiting in line, and at the end of the day, they said, well, that's all the time we have. And the next day, they said the same thing. So no comment from the elected counselors from Summit County. So that law got passed, signed by Governor Cox, who basically said that he supported this bill because it had there was an initiative inside the state to support affordable housing. But the truth is that hardly any legislators read that bill. Basically, Brad Wilson.
Hold on. This is my shocked face. Go on.
None of the legislators, very few of them actually read that piece of legislation. They were told by the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, Brad Wilson, they were told to vote for it. So they all vote for it. It was a massive yes. The law passed. And then that's when the county decided to sue. So they, the legal department, a very formidable legal department, by the way, there have been other issues in Summit County, and the legal department here is very capable, and they sued in Summit County court, and guess what? They won. They basically said that that law did not apply to Summit County. And the reason for this is, as we understand it, is that in the Utah State Constitution, it says specifically that the legislature shall not abridge or invalidate any contracts inside a municipality or county. So the county had a contract. This land was sold with an entitlement. It was sold with the 2008 Tech Park Development Agreement. And so the court said, no, that law doesn't apply. So Dakota Pacific came back and said, oh, we're going to appeal that. So that went on for the rest of the year, last year. And then interesting thing happened. The council started inviting people from the state legislature to come up, legislature, I should say. They invited people to come up and see Summit County because certain people in the legislature had these impressions about what Summit County was like. You know, it's Park City and they're all rich up here in Park City and they're elitists and they're all Democrats. And so there was, we felt like they really didn't understand Summit County very well. So the counselors invited people up, including Casey Snyder. And while he was up here late last year, he decided that he asked if the county and the developer could meet and try to work out their differences. And
mediation.
Not mediation. It was a series of working sessions that were in public. You could attend these meetings. You could view them on Zoom. They recorded the meetings. You could look at the meetings later on Facebook. So we've had a series. We've had about 4 or 5 of these meetings, which have been completely non-productive. The first two meetings were on transportation, and we had estimated that there'd be about 3,000 more cars in Kimball Junction than there are
That's
today.
insane.
It is insane.
That's
If anybody,
insane traffic.
if you go out today, right now, 224 is jammed with skiers starting to leave the resorts. It's over an hour from Deer Valley to 80 right now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's doing the opposite of what the initial idea was, and that was to bring in business that is going to have people come and go home and actually take some of that tech industry that Lehigh's having, some of that development, get a little Silicon Slopes happening in the most beautiful city ever. But it's actually causing people to live there, which affordable housing is always relative. And this is what I tell everyone. What's affordable to you may not be affordable to me. And they're talking apartments. Is that right?
Yes, apartments for rent. And they would, you would qualify for affordable housing based on the average median income in the county, which is about $150,000.
Oh, is that it? Oh. So now you're adding a commuter's
double
nightmare.
the state's median income.
Hold on.
People renting are probably going out of the city to work, or, I mean, this is a
This
commuter.
sounds like a comedy show where the super rich drive by the almost rich and call them hillbillies. It's just too great.
Yes, the billionaires are pushing out the millionaires. So
Oh, dear.
let me just tell you, you started laughing too quick, but I need to explain what this affordable housing and what AMI has to do with this. So the way that people would qualify if they were interested in one of these apartments, a one bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, they have a number of units that are available for different income levels. So if you, let's say that you only had 40% income of the 150,000. So 40%, half would be 75K. So call it 60K, 55K. If your income was 55K, you could apply for the 40% affordable housing. Then they have another category for 60% and another category for 80%. Okay. So then various people with different incomes could in fact get an apartment at a substandard rates, sub-market rates, I should say. The housing up here is very expensive. To buy a property, it's very expensive. To rent a property, it's very expensive. So, but that's only a couple hundred units. In the meantime, there's over 500 market rate condos and townhomes that they'd be selling for millions of dollars.
And that's why they're doing. I was going to ask, because when you first mentioned affordable housing, I thought, yeah, that's good. But commercial developments are usually more profitable to build if you get cut in on that. But when you mention that 500 units at, $1 million an apartment or whatever it is, that flips
it's way
the scale.
More than that. If you could get one for $1 million, it'd be great. They'd sell out in about 2 hours.
But what we're talking to is infrastructure.
That's what they're banking on.
And usually that infrastructure lays at the hands of the council to cover. If the developer's got a plan for infrastructure, that's got to include schools for these people. It's got to include traffic studies. I mean, Kimball Junction is not getting any bigger. How are they going to do this?
Let me address that for you. It's very interesting. So, yes, the people of Summit County came to these public comment meetings and they said, oh, okay, you're going to have all these additional people here. They're going to have children. They're going to have cars. So that means that's going to put a burden on the traffic, first of all.
Natural resources.
It's going to put a burden on water. There's a water requirement for a 58-acre complex like this. There is going to be a need for the expansion of schools. You're going to need police and fire. You're going to need to increase the capacity for that. And then just all the retail things. You know, if you ever go up to Smith's here in Kimball Junction during the ski season, it's impossible to park in the parking lot. And there's long lines with all the tourists, you know, buying stuff. So the truth is that the council is not allowed by law to take into account the infrastructure burden. There is no study to see what the impact is on the infrastructure.
Unbelievable.
And they're not allowed, it is unbelievable. They're not allowed to take that into account. Now, you mentioned a traffic study. Here's another. I just wrote an article for Nextdoor in the last few days, and I called it Summit County Council Theater of the Absurd. They are basically saying that the tech park idea is obsolete. And anyway, the tech park is going to cause more traffic. So we naturally asked, why do you believe that? And they said, oh, because of the traffic study. Right. There's been 2 traffic studies done. Guess who did those traffic studies?
Dakota Pacific.
Okay.
They did their lobbyists did it in their office on a Thursday morning before they had a meeting with the legislators.
Practically, that's pretty close because they published 2,000 pages of this traffic study. And the county said, well, we're not going to get told by this traffic study. It's obvious that Dakota Pacific is commissioning this and paying for it. So we're going to hire an audit firm. And to make sure they're impartial, we're going to hire it out of state. So hire they did. They hired a firm in the Northeast, and they came in and they said, oh, their process is good. We audited it and the process is good. Okay, well, how many cars did you count? None. Did you look at times through Ute and Olympic Boulevards? How long a wait is there?
What time of year?
Yeah, here's the key. I'm getting to that. You're exactly right. You must know you have just exactly the right questions to ask here, because the study was done using UDOT cameras, and they did the study in 1 day in April after the ski season and during midweek. They didn't take a weekend. They didn't do it during. And then, as absurd. I said, they did 2 studies. They had the audacity to tell us that the second study, which was the more recent study, they said, well, it looks like the traffic's easing. It's like everybody's like the council people said, well, I'm sorry, but anecdotally, this can't be true because we're all experiencing these huge wait times to get in and out of Kimball Junction. It's not easy, it's increasing. And
we did the study between 2 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. on a Thursday. Right.
Yeah, they saw 6 cars. What are you guys complaining about? That's basically, so we had an independent traffic expert here in Park City, and he looked at that and he did a thorough analysis of the study, sent the council his view of this, saying the study is completely invalid. But now I'm back to this firm that the county hired to audit. It was in the Northeast, right? It turns out that they have an office in Salt Lake City, which the county, don't ask me what kind of incompetent person decided on that company without checking to see if they had an office in Salt Lake City, but they did. And the traffic study industry, that business is a tiny little business. Everybody knows everybody in this industry. So, so the traffic studies were invalid. The audit, which was only to audit the process. It didn't actually look at any of the data, and they didn't take any data.
And I bet they took a lot of money out of that council.
Well, it was paid for by Dakota Pacific.
Of course it was.
I mean, the council, you're right. The council paid for the audit. I don't know how much they paid for that, but now this was that study. The latest study is maybe 18 months old. And now that the council, for some reason, is now supporting this development again, they go back and they quote this study, revising the history, where we thoroughly debunked that traffic study. And now the council themselves are saying, well, the traffic study, it basically shows that the tech park will have more cars. Now, let me ask you this. How could they know that it has more cars without knowing what kind of business is going to be there, the density?
Magic ball. They have a magic ball.
They have no way. They have no way of knowing that. And intuitively, if you think about it, people that come to work are going to park in a parking space. Maybe they go to lunch. When they're done, they leave. People that live in Kimball Junction at the Dakota Pacific project, they're going to have multiple cars, and they are going to live in Park City. So they're taking their car and they're going everywhere, 24 hours a day, on weekends, during holidays. It just makes sense that a residential development is going to have more traffic.
You said that they just assumed. You said early on that they just assumed that you're all Democrats in your county, you're all rich, all of that. And I want to look at that. Your council is all Democrat, and a lot of all your elected offices are. I'm wondering, don't you have 2 seats open this election season, and you have three? So the people of Summit County, they can keep voting blue and get more of the same. Or maybe it's time they put some different candidates in there who will look at it from a more conservative viewpoint.
This doesn't sound like it's a Republican Democrat thing, because it sounds like the Democratic council's trying to stop it.
No, they're not. Now they've just agreed to go along with it.
It's the Republicans in our state house that backed them.
It's a bipartisan here. The Republican Party here in Park City and Summit County is against it. The Democrats are against it. Everybody's against it.
Except for
all of a sudden for it then.
Well, I can tell you why. So there's a belief that since this project has a entitlement for either tech, right now it's Tech Park, it has an entitlement. So there's a strong belief that something's going to get built on that. And so the council thinks that it would be good to get some affordable housing and try to negotiate with Dakota Pacific, get the number of units down, which they've been unable to do. They've had a half a dozen meetings, and it's still the Plan C, 721 units. The council came back and said, how about 500 units? And half of those will be affordable housing and half will be market rate. So this is hilarious. What Dakota Pacific countered with was, oh yeah, well, we can't really do 500 units, but we can add more affordable housing units, but we're going to have to add more market rate units to offset. So they are trying to get more than 727 units and add a 4th story. There's going to be 3-story buildings if they approve this. They want to add another story, 4-story buildings, and they want to take away all the structured parking and put in surface parking because that's cheaper. And then they can add more affordable housing units as long as they're allowed to add more market rate units.
Oh,
Okay,
this
now
is hilarious.
It's unbelievable.
It's-
If it wasn't so sad, this would just be like a
Well,
comedy hour.
I understand why the state legislatures want to push this through, because they're going to look good just by saying affordable housing. You need to have big quotation marks next to the comment of affordable housing there.
yes.
But they look good doing that, and it doesn't affect them. And the legislatures that are ramming this through, are any of them from Summit County? Are any of them from a district that
No.
votes for them? So
No.
there you go. They
Cache
suffer no
Valley.
loss.
Cache Valley is doing this, but you have to look at the legislature. The legislature is about 70% developers, and Dakota Pacific, they have
Oh, it's that low now?
Pardon me?
Did the developers lose a few in the legislature? I thought it was 85, but yeah,
Well,
that's
I've
just
heard
my guess.
70%,
It's
and I've heard about 95% LDS. So
Well, and you've got realtors, so people who benefit from developers.
that's right. That's right. So then you have this mandate. Governor Cox just sees affordable housing, and those are the magic words that every developer that comes to Summit County uses. Hey, we've got affordable housing. And then in the fine print, 2/3 of the development is actually market rate.
Well, you have to put affordable in quotes because, again, it's all relative.
every
Affordable to one person is
every
not affordable to
apartment
another.
will have a carport, and next to the second and fourth poles of that carport is affordable housing right there. They can lay down with their cardboard box.
That's
and
right.
Well,
there's
and
something
every
to-
location will have probably 2 cars. The parking space alone for a development like this would be huge because when you make $150,000 a year, you don't own just one car. You're not a little family who's surviving paycheck to paycheck.
I'm going to get into the business right now of installing Tesla charging ports.
Should have done that a year
And when
ago.
they build that, I'm going to be busy for years.
Okay,
You
now
could still be busy.
there's one more wrinkle here that you haven't heard about. That's an amazing part of this whole story. So when this project was first proposed, we had a guy named Glenn Wright here. Glenn Wright was the chairman of the county council, and he decided that in order to get UDOT to be interested in Kimball Junction, they needed to build this project because it would create chaos. And that the citizens, he's actually published this strategy in the local paper. This is no secret. He wanted to create traffic chaos so that UDOT would have to come up here and provide a fix. So he's gone. He's gone now. Doug Clyde, who is another strong proponent, he's gone. So we have 2 new counselors there this last year. And so they invited UDOT. And the regional VP came from UDOT, and they said the following. Well, first of all, we don't know what the solution is, but we have 3 different alternatives. Option B, which has been the favored option in Park City for the last couple of years, turns out when you actually get down to the details, they wanted to have an underpass. They were going to dig out 248, an underpass to bypass Ute and Olympic Boulevards. But to accommodate all the traffic in Kimball Junction, they had to put left turn lanes, right turn lanes. They had to put frontage roads. This thing turned into—
So how much does that project cost? Oh no, you're freezing. You said 12. Is there a B after that? Okay. Gary, stop for 1 second.
project.
Okay,
At
stop for 1
160
second.
You
Gary.
So then UDOT
you
said,
froze
well,
up there. We missed
Gary.
missed the number. We missed the
You stopped after left-hand turn lanes, and I asked, well, how
$160
much is
million.
that going to cost?
Ooh.
160 million, and that's not. What did you say? initially for the underpass? Because you said 12 and then you
12
cut out.
lanes.
12 lanes.
12 lanes. 12 lanes. Kimball Junction, the 224 right now is 4 lanes.
Oh,
And they were
And
going
that's
to add
Utah
8
tax
more
dollars, not Summit County. That's from UDOT, which gets paid through my tax
That's
dollars,
right.
your tax dollars.
Well, part of it is through federal grants, state grants, and
Still tax dollars.
Possibly,
not always. Sometimes they're printed dollars.
It is all tax dollars. Yeah. So they decided that may not work. So they're looking at 2 other options. But here's the rub. UDOT has said we can't make any decision on this until the end of the year, and it could be until 2025 before we're able to make a decision. And when they make a decision, it's going to take about 5 years to complete any project.
Well, and the
reason for that
ridiculousness of slowing everything down for that 5 years is insane. And they want to get the Olympics back here?
Well, no, the Olympics, it turns out that UDOT kind of spilled the beans on this, and they said, well, we're going to have to do something for the Olympics, which is 2034 if it gets approved. So our plan is a 10-year plan that we'll be able to get it done within the 10-year envelope, the window for that. And yet Dakota Pacific and the council have been saying, oh, well, if we put in this project, then we'll get help from the legislature and UDOT will be able to do it quicker. But UDOT said, hold on, that's not our process. We have a process. 2 years for an environmental study, 2 years to investigate the design, finalize the design, line up all the contractors, and 2 years to build it. This all assumes that they have no cost overruns, no construction delays, and the priority list doesn't change. There's a thing called the STIP list in Utah. Have you ever heard of the STIP list?
It's basically, it's like a triage of projects that happen within the state, isn't that?
It's a list of all the projects that are planned for the state. Do you think that Kimball Junction's on that STIP list? No, it's not. So you can't even begin to think about a project until you get on the STIP list. And they can't even talk about getting on the STIP list until the end of the year. In the meantime, the council was blowing past all these red lights and red flags and said, we want to make a decision on February 20th. The community is like, what? How can you make a decision on February 20th when we have no idea of what the traffic fix is going to be? We have no idea how it's going to be funded. We have no idea of the impact in Kimball Junction. You can't make a decision on this. So that's kind of the whole story. It's a story of treachery and the state overreaching, trying to overpower a local county that knows what they need much better than anybody in Cache Valley. That's Provo up there, Logan. It's Logan.
Yeah.
Logan has no idea of what we need, and yet you have Casey Snyder sticking his nose in Summit County's business and saying that you have to build this.
What about your congressman? What about getting Congress involved? As far as I know, we've had these projects in Tooele County, and to get on that STIP list, for example, for our Mid-Valley Highway, and that was a 20-year project. And our council or our commissioners were able to get it sped up quite quickly, but it took not only our local Senate, our senators, and our House of Representatives, but it took us getting Chris Stewart involved. And Governor Cox was a lieutenant governor at the time, but Governor Herbert was on board with it. But again, this was a 20-year progress that they got sped up to 10. And that was a development being done that was it was so intrusive to the cities around it that was happening. You're talking about a project. It's just like when the Olympics were coming under Levitt and they redid all of I-15. That project was years. Now remember, traffic jams became an issue, and that was an insane time to live in Utah when I-15 215 was under construction. I mean, it was an insane time. I can't even fathom what Kimball Junction looks like under construction with the amount of traffic you already have in the wintertime. And then you go even to summer, now add all the people that live there. And these are people, a lot of them, that make up plenty of money, who don't want to be inconvenienced in the first place. But they're watching their own city get ripped apart right under their noses against their will. I mean, this should come down to local government every time. So you have someone to hold accountable.
That's actually a Republican value. One of the Republican values is to push decision-making down to local levels and not have the federal government making these decisions, or even the state government.
That's a general Republican value. That's not always a Republican in office value.
Well, then you get rid of those people. Because I'm saying at this point, you've got 3 open seats. And now I'm going to lead with it. I am a Republican, and I'm the chair of the party in Tooele County. I know the chair in your county. And I even asked her about you, and she says, my goodness, this guy knows a lot. He's been highly involved. And she was Melanie. Yeah. And she has learned so much from what you have explained. And Lisa is another person that's a Republican who works hard, and she also highly appreciates the work you've done. And this is something that we wanted to reach out to Summit County residents, but this is a statewide problem. And Jared and I live in a county that we say we're in a bubble. We have great representation, but it comes down to the fact that if you don't layer this right down to that local representative that sees you at the grocery store, that has their kids in school with your kids, that's joined you in the Rotary, somebody that you absolutely can hold accountable, you're lost. You're lost, because money will always win on the bigger scale that you get. Governor Cox does need more affordable housing in this state. That is a huge problem. I don't know that you go into Park City and Summit County and start calling out for affordable housing, because again, relative term. You've got, our county, we're fighting the same thing. We need affordable housing across the state, but no one wants it in their own backyard. But there's no number on affordable housing because it is relative. And you're putting a bomb in your county that's going to affect every resident there now. Yeah. Not just for their time, but for their money. This has got to be expensive on your guys' local property tax issues and us as a state. For UDOT to do a project like this comes out of our pocket. And if it's federal grants and state grants they're getting, that also comes out of our pocket. People forget that.
Also, if they build commercial up there, commercial has a larger tax benefit.
Right.
So
that pays
the
back
commercial
the
would
community.
be paying more taxes to build the.
Well, they have in this project, besides the 721 units, they have 266,000 square feet of commercial and retail space.
Okay.
Which is not part of the traffic study, actually.
How much did you say again? How much commercial?
266,000 square feet.
266,000 square feet. Okay.
But that's not included in their traffic study. So they're going to drive traffic to these locations. But they have no idea how much traffic they're driving.
Well, hey, if we're lucky, all I'm saying, if we're lucky, we can get a little bit of Google. They can come in here and destroy Utah like they did California. That's all I'm saying. Yeah,
no, I agree. I mean, can you imagine a 60-acre project in the middle of Kimball Junction on 224, just the building, when they start excavating and dump trucks and cement trucks and all the workers come, this is going to put a huge burden on that junction as well. And then later, if they build this, later UDOT's going to come in and they're going to spend years tearing up, putting in. There could be an underpass. There could be another whole exit. They're talking about an exit, and they're also talking about widening to 24. So there's all these different projects, but nobody knows which project or how much they're going to cost or when they're going to be built. And yet the county was ready to make a decision. So now here's the other part of it. The county was in a big hurry to make this decision by February 20th. And that is because it coincides with the current legislative session. Mm-hmm. And they believed, based on conversations with people like Casey Snyder, that maybe the legislature would help them with a few things in Summit County. But nothing's promised, nothing's guaranteed, and the community doesn't have any idea of what this is. So they've been hurrying up, trying to get this done. After 4 years, they tried to get it all done in about 5 weeks with all these working meetings that they've had. And last week, they said, well, we can't get this done because Dakota Pacific hasn't given up one single unit yet. So they're down in the weeds discussing all these possibilities. And Dakota Pacific says over and over again, this project won't pencil out if we reduce the units. But the council now has extended these working sessions. And there is no date for a vote. And there is no date for public comment. So they're still trying to pass it, however, we believe.
So you're looking at there's a public meeting on Tuesday. Is that right? Where people can go?
No, there's a meeting next Thursday that people can go and witness the process, but there is no interaction with the council. And by the way, here's another interesting issue on this. The council refuses to discuss any of these issues with their constituents. And this is because Margaret Olson, who is the attorney for the county, has said that that would be unfair to the applicant. And in fact, some of the counselors have said it's illegal. So I sent a letter to Margaret Olson and I said, Margaret, could you please point me to the law that says it's illegal for people that are running for re-election? Did I freeze up again?
No, you're good.
You're telling me that it's illegal for counselors that are running for re-election. They can't say where they sit on Dakota Pacific. So I said, please produce the law.
That's like a gag order they put on Trump regarding his own trial, and that's freedom of speech. You can talk about what's happening to you. How is this even happening?
She sent me back a letter yesterday, and it says that she's not going to provide the law. She's not going to provide the case law. She says
she can't.
Because she can't.
No.
I specifically asked her to show me the law, the regulation, and the case law. She says it's counterproductive, so I'm not going to do this, but be assured that I am speaking with authority.
Wow. So she's also elected. Is that correct?
We can vote her out too. So there is a large scale effort here that if any of these counselors vote for the project, and 2 of them are up for re-election, and if they vote for this project, we're going to try to vote them out. And a Republican has a good chance of getting in there.
Well, how can we help? How can we help? I mean, I know Melanie is she's the new chair to the party there in Summit County, but she's got some great candidates. I know that it's always just kind of been assumed that that is a Democrat county. And the problem is when it starts affecting people's paychecks, and it has, their lives have been really altered the past 4 years. And again, if you don't go local, you have far more control over your own life, how you vote local, than you'll ever have how you vote federally. Even statewide, your local representation will decide for you what kind of life you live where you live. And I don't know, how do we get the word out to, well, what we'll do is we'll invite those Republican council people on our show. We'll also reach out to those who are running again for election to see what they have to say about this, because this sounds like, and forgive me, but this sounds like Joe Biden run a campaign from his basement and just assuming he's got the win because the fix is in. If these guys don't have to answer for their decision or for their potential decision on this project, this throws red flags up to me. And they've got, they're hiding behind a DA that's allowing it.
They will have to answer because I've already started a campaign and I have plenty of support from the community that wants to vote them out if they vote for Dakota Pacific.
But what do you think? Because it sounds like earlier your council was against it. Now they're for it. What do you think's causing that change? What new information do you think they've absorbed that has changed their mind on that? Do they have, is it a further political aspirations?
Maybe it's financial.
Could it be promises of financial gain?
There could be promises of financial gain for the county.
For their projects.
I don't see any. I don't see any evidence of money changing hands with the counselors, although that hasn't stopped a lot of people of accusing them. But I know these people, and I don't think they would take money. Chris Robinson is one of the counselors. Look him up. He's the richest landowner in Utah.
Chris Robinson actually is a developer out in our county.
Well, he might be, but he lives here in Summit County.
Interesting.
He's a Summit County counselor. I don't know if it's the same person, but Chris Robinson's the biggest private landowner in the state. And he has land in Idaho, and I've heard Wyoming, but I know he has land in Idaho and lots of land. He's a developer. He's been friends with the CEO, John Miller, of Dakota Pacific for over 30 years. They almost went into a deal a number of years ago to buy a ranch together. So these guys are friends.
This feels like a conflict of interest.
It is.
He should recuse himself in any dealings with this agency, with Dakota Pacific. You know what? I know Chris Robinson and I actually had some sympathy for him because I've seen him sit at our county council and try to do right by the county, try to add the green space that's been asked for these developments, he's done traffic studies. He's tried. I've watched him, and it's just not one meeting. It's years of meetings in front of our council or our commission prior. I understand developers have a tough row to hoe to try to make a plan that makes sense, and they try to do it. And Chris has been great as far as trying to make something make sense. It's slow, it's growth over time, appeasing for our green space expectation. But there is a conflict of interest that just spits out at me when you say they've been friends for 30 years and a sudden change of mind. And I'm with you. I don't ever assume that these councilmen are getting money in their pockets. I've seen that accusation thrown out at our county council, at our commissioners, and that's just not how it works. However, I do see sometimes the pot gets sweetened because, hey, we're going to put money towards this other project that's going nowhere that your county can't afford. We'll buy that. We'll take care of it. Now, from an elected's perspective, they're thinking in terms of the county. Oh, this would help us in the long run. But what they're forgetting is this huge upset that it's going to cause this project that has been robbed of the voters of Summit counties to make this decision. And the voters of Summit County should matter more than the future potential of what projects could be there. I'm looking back at 2002, and yes, I lived in downtown Salt Lake for the Olympics and traveled up to Park City for the Olympics. And what we had millions of people in this state for the Olympics. If we get the Olympics again, now I'm picturing the most beautiful part of driving to Park City. It's one of the most beautiful highways, and it's scary. Harley's is a little terrifying because there's already a lot of traffic there. Yeah. But they're going to be ripping apart some of the most beautiful parts of that drive, heading into what probably got us the Olympics in the first place, is how gorgeous this state is and our ability to really accommodate for outdoor sports and outdoor events, winter or summer, especially Park City in winter. This feels like it's going to hurt the very thing that makes us so special.
Well, yes, it will. And you asked earlier about the legislators. Well, our legislators are Kira Birkeland and Mike Kohler. And I've talked to Mike a number of times about this. You know, he's one guy, and the Dakota Pacific has all these friends, developers.
Lobbyists.
They have one of the best lobbyists in the state, I understand. Summit County also has a lobbyist, by the way, and so does the Park City Council has their own lobbyists.
And we do in Tooele County as well.
Yeah.
But still, Kira, what is Kira's Birkeland's idea? Because, I mean, she's one person, but I've seen her basically move mountains during legislative session with some incredible bills.
She, unfortunately, both Mike Kohler and Kira Birkeland voted for Senate Bill 84 last year, and both of them apologized to the community. They both had what I'll say are totally lame excuses. One of them said that it was a fat finger mistake. The other one said they were distracted and stuff was put into the bill at the last minute and they didn't have a chance to read it. But they voted yes.
They voted yes. They admitted to voting yes on a bill they didn't read.
No, they said they made mistakes. I've talked to them personally. So they apologized for that, but it wouldn't have made any difference because the vote was so overwhelming. But it was a symbolic vote.
It would have meant a difference to you.
Understand our problem, and they're voting against this bill, but they didn't. And I've even gone and talked to John Curtis. I called John Curtis up and tried to get him involved at a federal level. I said, Governor Cox, could you go talk to him? And he sort of off and he said, this is a state and local issue. I was sent to Congress. I got enough to worry about. And he didn't really want to get involved in this issue. But I talked to him, and I've talked to Casey Snyder and Mike Kohler. So I've been very active in communicating with all the decision makers. I've even tried to talk to Dakota Pacific, but they won't talk to me or any of the opposition here in Park City. They call us, they have a name for us. The mob. They call us the mobocracy.
Mobocracy.
Yeah. Well, because you're actually standing up and calling them out.
You're showing so much political control over this whole situation.
Because we're bringing out 1,000 people with a single point of view, a voice, because it's not like we did anything to convince all these people. All we did is just present the proposal to them. This is what they want to build. This is the projected impact on Kimball Junction. And just like you both have done, the citizens of Summit County saw this as an obvious issue that has no solution other than to go tell Dakota Pacific to pound salt, and you can't build your project. And if you want to sue, go ahead. We'll return to the lawsuit that we already won that's paused, and they can take it to the Supreme Court, the Utah State Supreme Court. And that's what the community wants. We want the county to continue the lawsuit that they've already won on. And we can hope that we can tell them no.
What options do you guys have left? Is there still a chance to get the county council to back off of this? Maybe to get the state legislature to back down?
Yeah, if they said they made a mistake, well, how is Kira and Mike going to fix it? It's a new legislative session.
Okay. It's a really complex issue. Kira, there's this HTRZ, which is this glorified bus stop. There's a way to make money off of that. And the state pays for an HTRZ. And the HTRZ is required. You have to have an HTRZ as part of the state mandate. And so Kira Birkeland, this legislative session, has been trying to get that particular aspect repealed. And if it were repealed, then Dakota Pacific would have no legal argument to proceed.
That one detail could upset the whole apple cart.
Yes, but we don't even think it's going to get out of committee. And this is per Mike Kohler, who I had a conversation with last week. I've been talking to him in the last 2 weeks, trying to figure out who and what has been promised to the county council from the legislature. There was a rumor, and I'm going to make sure that you understand that there was a rumor for a while that the state was going to pay for the whole traffic fix if the county were able to approve this. Well, that turns out not to be true.
You know, the state can't do that because UDOT has their list. They can't.
There's not even a plan. There's nothing to pay for. There's no plan right now. So it's not on the STIP list. We don't know what the plan's going to be. There's no good plan to accommodate Dakota Pacific. And unfortunately, I call it there is a development tsunami that's building offshore. There is the Miller project. It's called Cedar Hills out in Hoytsville. They're going to be building thousands of houses out there. And I've heard that it could be as much as 20,000 new people. They're building.
Where's Hoytsville?
Hoytsville is
Colville.
East on I-80, and it is
By Colville?
How many new people in Hoytsville? Because Hoytsville is very small.
No,
they're
this
gonna
is
make it big.
the Miller family. The Miller family, they bought parcels from 30 people in Hoytsville, contiguous pieces, and they want to build this massive project. Then
where are all the people going to work, or are they just trying to draw in the wealthy that, that's what they're doing?
Park City is fueling all the development out in the Jordanelle, in Camas. Heber is exploding because Park City's too expensive. So people that want to have access to Park City are now willing to use a small commute to get to, they say, well, I can't afford a house in Park City, so I'm going to live in Heber or Camas. So then all these construction companies are building homes for them. And so there's another project which you may or may not have heard of. It's called West Hills. There's a project over 248 that goes up over the pass there into Camas. It's called West Hills, and they want to build a whole new incorporated city there. And they're talking to the state legislature about that. So there's all these people.
This is something that I know. My brother works in Summit County as a deputy, and he commutes like most deputies do, or the deputies there, they commute, but they live outside Colesville, Heber, wherever, Hennifer. So what I noticed once is the apartment complex over by all the outlet stores and stuff are loaded with the folks who are doing work in Park City. So
that's a low income affordable housing unit.
Yes. And why I know about it, and this is just because I rode on patrol with the deputy. And that's where we ended up a few times during police calls. Now, every time there's a development put in place like this, you either have to have some sort of low-income housing to have people on site or close that is actually doing the work to build these, or these people are commuting from outside, causing all that traffic. And yes, they go home at the end of the day too, but they're also driving down that canyon. They're driving into these small areas, and low-income housing really freaks people out in all sorts of communities because they are required by law once you hit a density of a certain populace. And then they also require, you need law enforcement because there is higher crime in those areas in the low-income housing. And people say, no, there's not. You're just judging. No, I'm not.
How could you say that?
It doesn't
That
matter.
is not true at all.
Yeah, and it is true. And they get they're the squeakiest wheel in a community usually. But how are they going to do all these developments without putting in more low-income housing is what I'm getting at. Because these people have to be, the developers, they make these plans, but the actual, framers and road workers and, every person that works on the construction site, they got to live somewhere. And a lot of them can't afford to live in Park City.
They're going to be commuting.
They'll be commuting, and that adds to the traffic.
It's like, that there's over 10,000 homes in Park City, and there's only about 6,500 residents. And the reason for that is that the really affluent people that fly their jets into Heber, they come up to a $15 million house up here in the colony and spend 2 weeks here.
Right.
In the meantime, the house is vacant for the rest of the year. But they're building more $10 and $15 million houses in Promontory, in White Pine, and it forces, people, even affluent people can't afford to live here anymore. You're lucky I was lucky at 13 years ago, I bought a house here. I'd never be able to afford my house today. I can tell you that. But I bought a house, but most people are going to have to, the workers are going to have to commute, the seasonal workers. But I do think that it's in the best interest of the municipalities and the counties to provide some kind of affordable housing for what I call essential workers.
Exactly.
Those are the teachers, the medical, the police, the firemen. But I don't think
based on what those folks make, their median income, not based on
they don't make much.
Right. And based on what the median income in Park City resident versus the essential workers, you're absolutely right. Why would you not want your deputies, for example, to have homes in the very areas that they patrol? Because it makes for safer, better oriented, police oriented in the communities are safer. It just makes sense. You don't have your police cars traveling out of the county. That's expensive. You don't have these commuters. You've got immediate calls that, officers can get there, deputies can get there twice as quickly when they live within 10 minutes.
I don't blame Dakota Pacific because when they heard low-income housing and the median income,
affordable housing,
whatever they call it, and the median income is $150K, they saw dollar bills.
And that's rentals. They're not even. That's just constant.
They
money
were like,
coming in.
"Oh, this is marvelous.
This is all astounding."
We're gonna. Go on.
They've been fighting for this. By the way, they bought the land for $20 million from Boyer Corporation. They bought it for $20 million, and there's estimates that this will be a $750 million project by the time it's finished. So, I mean, you can see why they're fighting so hard for this.
Oh, yeah.
They bought land for nothing. And $20 million for 60 acres in the middle of Kimball Junction.
That's insane.
is, but that's
And then they
their
get to
investment.
charge millions because that's the market rate, and yet they got it. Who sold it to them for that cheap?
They're
said
going to sell 10 condos for $2 million each out of the 500, and they'll get the return on their investment right there.
So whose property was it? I know the county had some of it, but who sold it to them initially for that cheap?
It was, well, the truth is that land was owned by an old timer in Park City, and he was with the church. And the story is he got into financial trouble, and he had to donate that land to the church for his tithing requirement. So the church owned that land. And then Boyer Corporation is an investment arm of the church. So, in the final deal in 2008, the county bought back some of the property, but Boyer owned that land, and then they couldn't bring a high-tech business here because they didn't try very hard. They didn't understand the high-tech business. I do. I came from Silicon Valley. I worked in Silicon Valley for 30 years, and I can tell you that this would make an ideal place for some corporate headquarters.
Oh yeah.
And who wouldn't love to live in or in close proximity to Park City? And certainly
look at Lehigh's boom.
Could live here.
Silicon Slopes has exploded over the past 20 years, and Lehigh is grown. I mean, they're busting at the seams. Can you imagine how beautiful and how I could see a place like Apple, Google wanting to put a headquarters in a place like Park City? That's like getting a headquarters right in Aspen, Colorado.
I know. Let me tell you another tidbit here. I have a source for this too, a very reputable high-tech source, a guy that lives in Park City now. His wife knows people at Microsoft, and he called them up, and Microsoft said that they'd be willing to talk to Dakota Pacific about a tech park. And guess what? Dakota Pacific said, no, we're not interested in the tech park. We want to build residents. What does that tell you about the return on residents?
Yeah, that they know their residents. And I just want to say, and I'm not trying to bomb on the church, but any church that is willing to take property from people for tithing needs to they need to sit down and have a chat with Jesus. I just want to say that.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm actually,
Because
that stunned me.
I'll pick my jaw up off the floor next week sometime, but that is shocking.
That stuns me because I think that, and then to turn around and sell it for pennies on the dollar.
And I'm not trying to bomb the church on this whole deal coming together now.
The church is a business. I mean, they're the second largest corporation, I think, in the world.
If you're going to take property from someone so that individual can make their way to heaven,
that's
I think
right.
You missed the mark on what your job is.
I totally agree with that.
Wow, Gary, there's a lot of information to digest here.
So
I would like to know where, if you by chance if you could put or share with us anywhere that you've written or published or where we could actually see some of your articles regarding this, just to give people heads up on everything.
Okay. Well, I have written numerous letters and editorials to the Park Record.
That's the name of your local
the Park Record
paper?
is our local paper. So there was one published about 10 days ago, was my latest one. So I've done a number of letters there. And by the way, we had a letter writing campaign to the council. 800 letters were delivered. 800 letters. And guess what the legal department told them? You don't get to read those letters. And so we said,
ridiculous.
I said, so I happen to be at the meeting because I attend all these council meetings. I happen to be at the meeting, and the council was asking Margaret Olson, Margaret, do we have to read all these 800 letters? And Margaret said, well, no, you don't, because, that has information in it that hasn't been disclosed to the applicant, hasn't been disclosed to Dakota Pacific. So I got up and I said, here's the argument I made. I said, number one, the community has every right to communicate with the council members that they elected. We're their constituents. Number two, give the letters to Dakota Pacific. We'd be happy if they had copies. And so she said, well, what could she say? Her whole argument is that the applicant wouldn't be seeing this. Oh, did you see this?
We just, Jared just found your recent one. We're going to try to copy the link and share it in the show notes or in the comments, maybe.
The best way to find it is
yes.
If you search, if you search the park record, newspaper, Gary Peacock, it pulls up and you can go through and read all the articles and all the articles written that include your name in them.
That's right. And I also have had interviews with the Salt Lake Tribune, so you can go. Do you guys know John Gerke down there?
I don't.
Well, if you look his name up, you can find some research where I've been quoted in that paper a number of times. So, and then my main platform is Nextdoor. So I have access to most of the community, and I write columns quite often. Whenever there's a meeting, I'll write something and I get a huge response from the community. The last thing that we did is the Park Record did a survey to see really how much of the community is really against this. 90% said they were opposed to Dakota Pacific. 90%.
If we are a representative republic, and we are, because that's the Constitution and that's what it says, these elected should absolutely be putting public comment in so they can hear from the people they are accountable to.
They're going to do that.
That you guys are all being ignored.
We are being ignored because they believe that they're what they call statesmen. And a statesman is elected by their constituents to exercise their best judgment. And last week, Roger Armstrong, who's a entertainment attorney in Southern California, that's his normal job, he's been on the council for 8 years. He's trying to run again. He basically said that we're never going to make all the people happy, and there's going to be people that are against it and for it. And so 5 people here have to decide. And
there's a difference between not making all of the people happy and making all of the people unhappy.
That's exactly, I like that. I'm going to use that. That's good.
So true.
But that is the case. And I had another counselor that told me there's 42,000 people in Summit County. Okay. So I was having a discussion with Melina Stevens, who is now the chairman of the Summit County Council, who is not running for re-election. She voted 5 years ago for Dakota Pacific in the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted 4-2 against Dakota Pacific. But the council then took it up, and we've been dealing with that for the last 4 years. But eventually Melina got elected, and she told me that she is a statesman and that she has a right to make an independent decision. And she said that 1,000 people at a public comment meeting wasn't all of Summit County. It's like, what? Nobody could ever remember anything close to this. This is the #1 issue in Summit County. Talk to anybody in Summit County that knows a damn thing about the community here, and they'll know about Dakota Pacific. And
Well, just search. I can tell you just from this morning, searching Dakota Pacific, and it is on your news search. It occupies all of that. On your image search, it occupies all that. I mean, that tells you something, that stopping Dakota Pacific's maneuvers in Park City is a pretty, it's the dominant search across the internet right now, the dominant population.
Can I just say this? 1,000 people out of 20, how many did you say live in your city, in your county?
42,000.
42,000. 1,000 people out of 42,000 is a pretty good measure of at least a percentage of what people think. And you're saying 95% of those people are in disagreement with this? How else do electeds measure what the public wants? Which, I'm sorry, this woman doesn't understand what a republic is. You're representing other people. You are not given this elected office for you to be an activist. Your job is to represent the people who elected you and do it and of course, no one knows what they don't know. And they learn all the both sides of every argument when they become that elected person. So they know what the county can do and can't do. And even if people don't like it or not. But when you have 1,000 people responding to something like this in mass, that's a mass. Because how many of those people actually vote? A lot of people out of 42,000 don't even vote.
No,
but
there's
something
only
like
about
this will get into the polls.
You can get elected with 6,000 votes to one of those positions.
Exactly.
Because the county is a huge county, and it's mostly rural. But the people that live in Park City and Kimball Junction and the neighborhoods here, this is where the density is. But most of the population is rural.
Right.
You know?
And here's the thing, we get it because we're the second largest county in the state, and our condensed is in Tooele City, and I think we're at 76,000. But we actually, when you get 1,000 people, that's just an astronomical number, especially when 6,000 people probably vote out of all those people.
Tooele County Commission meetings never get 1,000 people, and all of the population of the county lives in Tooele.
The closest we ever got was when the mask mandate was happening, and we filled the council. We filled the room with people that were all absolutely against any mask mandates and getting schools open and all of that. That moved people that were both Democrat and Republican, and it wasn't about party. This was about an issue, and one issue. I don't love one issue voters, but I get it, because when you have electeds ignoring you, blatantly not willing to read your letters, they're not doing their job. I don't care what party they're in. They at least got to hear from the people who put them there.
You know, the reason why they didn't want to read them is because, and I talked to Roger Armstrong about this, he said, well, every letter was the same. They're against it. Next letter, against it. Next letter, against it. So they don't want to have to read 800 letters, because probably 750 of those letters were against it. And people wrote, I was amazed. I saw some of the letters, and they were intelligent and thoughtful and very rational, but also very passionate against this project. And this is the mystery. And the last thing I wrote on, you should get a copy of this from Nextdoor, but I wrote a piece which I referred to, I call it the Theater of the Absurd. You should read this, because basically I'm it's the hardest piece I've written against the council, because we're getting down to the last few weeks of this thing. And literally, if you can imagine this scenario, you're Dakota Pacific, you're asking for an amendment. Shouldn't you be in front of the council trying to persuade them? What project would you approve? Tell me what project you would approve.
Right.
That's not the case. They had the same plan since over a year ago, same plan, not reducing it by any units. Instead, it's the council.
No, the compromise comes from the council side.
The council is desperately begging them to please remove units. So, and essentially what goes unsaid is that we can approve this. And
I want to know, sorry, Gary, I want to know why this company hasn't reached out to the public. If I was them, that's where I would spend my time and money, is to convince the public why it's a good idea. What can they do to convince the public? The fact that they don't have to is very disturbing to me.
Well, I've noticed with developers, normally when they do a runaround on the public and they get a legislature or a lawmaker in their pocket, they never respond to the public. We saw a lot of that out here when it came to the temple.
Well,
They used our county council or our county commissioners at the time to be the voice of that operation, and the church just went hands off.
that's
well,
true.
the church had in Heber, they have such strong support in the community, although Heber's growing and less people are going to be members of the church. In fact, you may know the statistic, but for the first time this year, the LDS is no longer the majority in the state of Utah. It went down to 49.
Yes, it is. That is the first time, and I'm not saying
it's the majority in Utah now.
It's diverse. The church,
like non-denominational?
No, the church. If you line it up, different churches, they're still the majority.
Okay,
but the church dropped under 50% of the population. And I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, because the church does a lot of awesome things for the state and the community. But I think the church
doesn't stay in their lane.
A couple of times have played fast and loose.
They have.
And I'm not saying all the time. And I think that's left an impact. But Utah is growing because California is emptying. And that's just a fact. Utah is going to grow. And as it grows, the church is going to drop off of importance. It's just going to happen because, let's face it, you come from California, not a high LDS population in California. There is a number of them, but it's not a dominant population.
And people are coming from California, even though we think the prices in the Salt Lake Valley are high. They're nothing compared to California.
No. I do work for a guy that come from California, and he says you wouldn't believe, just from selling his house there, middle income house, he says you wouldn't believe what I was able to get.
And how much you can buy, when you come to Utah, but Utah's gone up to one of the most expensive places to live now in the country.
He bought essentially what was a city 100 years ago. He bought it. He didn't buy it, but if it was adjacent, he bought all of Lincoln, the city here in Tooele County. He bought everything.
With what he sold his house for?
With what he sold, one normal sized house. And so he's doing good. I'm happy for him. I'm glad he's brought his whole family with him. I mean, he's building new roots because California run him off with their crazy regulations, their anti-family stuff.
Yeah,
very high taxes.
Yeah, the big thing for him, I think, was the anti-family stuff because he's a devout family man, everything else, and that run him off. He couldn't bear sending his kids to public school there anymore and taking the jeopardy.
Principles is the state owns your child, you don't.
Yeah, I would argue that's also the Democrat principles.
You said it, I didn't.
Well, no, it is. That's
Well, I really would urge people, if you are from Summit County, to call in. We're at 385-899-2134. Gary, I don't know, but do you want us to leave your contact information where people from your area can get in touch with you? Because I'll put that in the comments. Let me see.
Give them the email address.
Yeah, we'll put your email address in our show notes, and then they can email you. So Gary Peacock.
But I have to say that many people know me now. I'm well known for this, opposition for this project. And so anybody that's read anything about Dakota Pacific has run across my name. But yes, I'm very passionate, but there's hundreds of us, thousands of us that are passionate, and they're going to show up at the next public comment meeting, I guarantee you. And we're going to blow out the council's ears with opposition. We don't know if it'll be enough, however.
So,
because they think they know best.
Let me ask you this. So, you told me that if you can get the council to jump on board and fighting this, the council can go back to that lawsuit that they already have in place, that they've already won, reopen that and shut this down. And hopefully, I mean,
wouldn't they have to actually appeal the lawsuit and win before the council can revisit the lawsuit? I mean, they've already got
the lawsuit's active. It's just paused. And both sides, in order to pause a lawsuit, both sides have to pause it. So what it means is that neither side is they're not going to do anything to further their position, and they're not going to appeal it, right? But Dakota Pacific lost already. SB 84 was declared invalid, doesn't apply to Summit County, and so their path was to the appellate courts and eventually to the Utah Supreme Court. Our lawyers are very confident that they can beat them legally. But, as I said, it's a complex issue because people believe something's going to get built on there. And there's also a fear that the legislature can devise language that will pass the courts, and then they can build whatever they want.
Hey, Gary, when is the next meeting on this issue? Is it where I know that you said the public can't comment, but that would be
next Thursday,
February 22nd, right?
Yeah.
What time and where's it at?
Yeah, where is it going to be?
Oh, he might have froze up again.
No, he's just reading.
Now, I'll look at the agenda for you. But, basically, you have two. You can view it on Zoom. If you go to the Summit County website, it says Dakota Pacific. You click that, it'll give you a Zoom link, and then you can watch the whole thing on Zoom. And then it's recorded, and you can watch it later on Facebook, or you can show up at the Richens building, which is the county chambers in Kimball Junction.
At the county chambers.
You can watch it in person. So I think
in Kimball Junction. Sorry, Gary, I'm trying to write this as you talk. So it's the 22nd at the county chambers in Kimball Junction. Is that what you said?
In the Richens building. Yeah, the Richens building, which is the seat of the council.
Richens is spelled R-I-C-C-H.
R-I-C-H-I-N-S. Richens.
R-I-C-H-I-N-S.
Okay, the next meeting is on February 22nd from 3 to 4:30 at the Sheldon Richens building. That's on the agenda is on the Summit County website right now.
From 3
there's no
to
agenda.
5:30, you said?
3 to 4:30. They allot 1.5 hours, and they don't even have a topic because the topic is Dakota Pacific. When are you going to reduce the count? And so they keep asking the same questions every meeting. And the meeting, Dakota Pacific says, we're not, because it doesn't pencil out.
Well, and how convenient they have it at a time when people are at work.
Yes.
It's not going to get a lot of attention. This should be an evening meeting that people can actually participate or at least be able to go to. And this is Summit County's website that's going to have the Zoom.
Yeah. They can watch the replay.
Option.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to do that, they may as well have the meeting in St. George or, somewhere warm.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch it if you're in the evening or on a weekend. You can watch all these meetings. If you're interested, you can look at some of these meetings and you'll see the absolute desperation of the council trying to get them to move. And then
yeah,
able to.
Gary,
if you look on screen right now, Dwayne, our call screener, has the Summit County website pulled up, and it is crazy when you look at it. Dakota Pacific has its own set of meetings. That tells you this is a pretty big issue. But yeah,
it's
it looks
the biggest issue in the history of Summit County. I can tell you that it's taken over 4 years and there's never been a vote on this project, not even once.
I wonder what kind of impact, and I'm talking to you candidates out there. John Curtis is running for Senate. Brad Wilson is running for Senate. Yes. Carolyn Phippen, Trent Staggs. What kind of impact could these candidates have by showing up at a meeting like this for the people? I would love to see this. I mean, isn't Blake Moore your congressman? Yes. Blake Moore, where are you? Get out there to this meeting and just be a representative of the people that elect you. And Kira Brooklyn, these are the meetings they should be attending where they're actually seeing what's going on, being present, but hearing from the people behind them who don't get to have any public comment during these meetings, listening to their public, because that's your job.
Boy, then you might have a statesman fight. Statesman versus statesman.
You're getting name recognition probably all over the county for your the information you're providing to people and your engagement on this issue and your passion on this issue. Do you know how many people sit in a county on a computer, read something like this? They do nothing but complain. They'll post all the articles about it. They'll sit there and complain about the government's doing this and they're doing this. You're actually getting out there hosting meetings of the people, listening to the people, writing letters, writing op-eds, showing up on our show, talking to both sides, not just Republican, Democrat. Like, you're doing the work. Why haven't you considered running for a seat on that council?
I think it's the worst job that anybody can have.
There we go.
They pay $40,000 a year, something like that.
That's double what they pay here.
And it's a full-time job. And you got lunatics, crazy people, cranky people, and you have a lot of interested parties. But in general, when you don't have an issue like this, very few people pay attention to the council. They're doing all kinds of stuff. People have no idea of what they're doing.
That is true.
I do, because in the last 3 years, I've educated myself. I've gone to these meetings. I've met all these people, and now I'm going to other meetings. I went to the truth and taxation meetings. My property taxes went up 50%.
What a coincidence during this whole development talk that your taxes are already going up.
That's because they have 6 assessors for 42,000 people, or I don't know how many residences there are, but they can't assess them. And there was a guy there that came that did all the analysis, and he said Walmart and McDonald's in Kimball Junction, their property taxes went down the same year that many of us, our property taxes went up. Some people's taxes went up 100%. Mine just went up 50%. I didn't
just
plan
50.
for that.
And your assessor's elected.
Well, you got to remember, McDonald's and Walmart are struggling companies. They really need our support. And
that blows my mind, because those businesses are what's supposed to alleviate your tax.
I love this. In the land of the free, we fought a war against a king for 3%.
Well, you know that the CEOs of those companies, they have to maintain their 10 houses and their private jets. They got a lot of expenses.
I'll bet each one of them has a 2-week-a-year vacation home on the top of the highest hill there in Park City.
In Park City, right.
We got another guy here, Matthew Prince. Do you know about him? He's
No,
the richest man in Utah now. He is the president and founder of Cloudflare. Cloudflare's a security company. This guy came into Park City, claims that he's a Utah resident and so forth, but he came into Park City and wanted to build this monstrous house above Old Town. And he decided that he didn't want to go through the planning commission in Park City. So he went down to the legislature. This is last year. Went down to the legislature, and he got a legislator to put a rider in a bill to bypass the council. Okay, so the council.
This is corrupt as hell.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Well, you wait till I finish the story. So the council found out about it. Nan Morrell, she's the mayor, a bunch of council, Ryan Dickey, they went down to meet with Brad Wilson, and they got it taken out. There was tremendous criticism of this move that this, he's worth $3.5 billion. So there was all this criticism in our local paper. Our only local paper is the Park Record. What did he do? He bought the Park Record.
Well, that's what you do when you want to control the narrative.
Right out of the Bezos playbook.
Yeah.
I know. He bought the Park Record, and the editor lives in one of his properties. Well, I mean,
this is a Soros playbook.
These are facts. I'm sorry, but this stuff's happening in a little town like Park City. Can you imagine all the stories that we have never heard of because they managed to keep them secret somehow?
You know, I think Dwayne made a point. That's why we're here. That the whole reason that the media group and KMMU, that their whole goal with us coming on as our whole goal when we started was we want to educate people with truth. That's it. And if we don't have the truth,
Holly does. I'm here for the comedy.
He's here for the fun. But if I can't get to the truth or I don't know it, then I'm going to find people who can share it with me. And I don't want to be censored or worry about people. I mean, after COVID, you couldn't even suggest the jab was dangerous, let alone that you had a freedom to decide whether to take it or not.
Yeah.
So KMMU and the Main Street Media, they were so ready for truth that they wanted people that are just willing to expose it. Whether we like the answer or not, we would much rather know what's going on to give people the opportunity to not only have, I don't know, some skin in the game or the knowledge instead of gleeful, ignorance, but to make an educated voter. Because what's happening is, these issues are getting missed because people are so sick and tired of being fed propaganda. They're turning off news channels that used to be respected because there's no truth anymore. It's lost. And there's an agenda behind everything. And I'll tell you, there's no agenda where we're concerned. In fact, we'll go off the rails more times than I can even count. But we are not trying to push a certain agenda. We're trying to understand the truth.
I hope that you need to be truthful and credible. I have no dog in the fight here. I'm not going to make any money off of this any which way. And I'm just trying to do something for my community. And that's the only motive. And the deeper I've gotten into this, the more disturbed I become at uncovering all this corruption in the state legislature and watching the Park Record get bought by a billionaire that tried to circumvent our planning commission. This stuff happens. It's unbelievable. But I do not believe that the council is, taking gold bars. I don't think there's any serial number gold bars over at Roger's house, to tell you the truth.
There's not a Menendez closet full of gold and
Yeah.
fancy cars that his wife procured.
No.
It's.
There
I
doesn't
don't know.
have to be, though.
I
There
would-
doesn't even have to be.
I would like to see the county at least try to come to a happy medium, saying, "Look, commercial real estate is going to alleviate. Well, okay, theoretically, should alleviate taxes on the populace, should bring more dynamic opportunities to the town, to the county, all that, whatever." So if they could even get Dakota Pacific to do a half and half deal or something, that's still a
they
win.
don't have to negotiate because they think they've already won.
But these guys, and honestly, why wouldn't they think that? When they've got the state legislatures in their house, the state legislatures are putting earmarks in bills to give them, they've got a bill over here about how the depth of the concrete of sidewalks should be. And down in the bottom, they write in, and we want to do this on the side. That's craziness. That's a let 'em eat cake moment.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm going to read some comments really fast from Dwayne, our call screener and producer for today and every day. We appreciate him. He says these issues are in every county, and I think that's how I kind of started the show. Is this isn't just about Summit County, folks. This can happen to every single county in this country.
Every county, every state,
And there's a reason why there's a reason why you need to have local control, because when they can go behind you and get into the state legislature, and he says the county council is being intimidated and bullied, and that's probably huge. And he says, God bless you, Gary. We need more citizens like you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And I think this is where I have a hard time. I know my county or my state legislatures. I know them. I would be so angry if I discovered one of them voted because their finger was too fat and the other one voted because she didn't get a chance to read the bill, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway because it was going the majority.
How crazy.
I don't care. You stand up for your people.
How crazy is that? We sent you there with one job. Job.
You had
And
one
you only
job
have-
to do and you failed.
You have two buttons. Are they too close together? Do we need to build you a disabled button clicker box?
You have 2 ears and one mouth for a reason, as Judge Judy says. So
and
you can
10
listen.
fingers to push no.
Right?
Yeah.
Why aren't they standing up and saying, listen, the people of my county are overwhelmingly against this? How is this even a thing?
It's insane.
I've also been tracking the state legislature because we were tracking these bills. You know that there's over 550 bills that are passed in the state legislature. How could anybody read? And these bills are hundreds of pages long. How can anybody, any legislator, seriously read all this stuff and vote intelligently on it? It all comes down to the leadership. The leadership, they're lobbied by various people, the generator of the bill, and if it sounds good, affordable housing. Yeah, we want to vote for affordable housing, and that's what happened here. It's
a buzzword
for affordable housing. It's not true.
Yeah, it's a buzzword. It's just a buzzword. If they throw that on anything, if I put a bill forward right now that said, every fifth male under the age of 14 will castrate, and every female has to have half their head shaved, and affordable housing at the bottom, this state would look really different come next week.
I know. We'd have a lot of bald people and not so many children.
That is right. That is right.
This is
because
upsetting.
That is the buzzword that everyone's screaming for, because housing is a legitimate problem.
It is a really big problem.
But the housing problem hits a lot higher than just saying affordable housing. The housing problem hits on, we're over-regulated on how and where we build housing. We have a problem with water across the state. And I would argue, maybe we need to look at how does Arizona do it, because Arizona has a lot less water than we do, and they seem to still keep up.
They get a lot from us.
But
Well, we get. Let me make a comment about that interesting little fact for you here. The water in Arizona and Utah and California and Nevada and Colorado comes from the Colorado River. A lot of it does. And there's a 5-state pact. And 4 of those states agreed to enter into voluntary allotment. The 5th state didn't, which was California.
That is right.
We've got huge, we supply 25% of the country's food comes out of the Central Valley, out of the San Joaquin Valley. And so they said, we need water for irrigation. Well, in Arizona, down in the Phoenix area, they kept building developments in the desert. And some of those developments that got built in the last few years, they don't have any water. They had to sue the state because they cut off their water. Can you imagine if you spent, down in Arizona, it probably costs $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 for a house, and you built it, and it's a brand new development. All of a sudden, they say, "Oh, sorry, there's no water here because we don't have any water." But they allowed them, the state legislature, somebody allowed them to build those developments, right? They're just irresponsible.
Well, speaking about irresponsible, how many reservoirs has California built when they're in this record rainfall moment? How much water are they collecting and preserving when they use so much? Why are we seeing so little? Like California complains all the time they don't have enough water, and yet they don't
build a new reservoir in 25 or 30 years.
Right,
not a brand new one.
And it's sad because they're watching all this rain just go right to waste. I mean, I believe God gives us what we need, and boy, did he ever last year with the snow and water here in Utah.
Reservoirs pollute, and they don't look good on a mayor or a governor's resume. Reservoirs are
enjoy those
evil,
rolling brownouts and blackouts once all those EVs come into power.
You know what? But EVs have zero pollution. We know this.
Right.
There is no pollution involved with electric vehicles. And so
they don't have to dig up whole countries and minerals and destroy and pollute other countries.
Slave labor negates the bad actions.
I don't want to see California or Utah become California. That's the last thing I want. And if I feel like we're seeing that in our legislatures now, like our legislators that are up there now, and they're just falling into this this mindset where they're statesmen versus you're elected representatives, which means you're my voice and my neighbors, and we chose you to express our wishes, knowing what you know and what your duties are and what's capable of your city or county. Yes, you've got to take that into account, and you represent me, the Republican, and my neighbor, the Democrat, and you've got to make decisions based on that. When you decide that my voice doesn't matter, you are no longer eligible to be unelected as far as I'm concerned.
Well, remember, North Korea is a Democratic People's Republic of, so
that's true. Well, I don't that it's good for California to be a one-party state any more than I think it's good for Utah to be a one-party state. We have to have representation from everybody, and when you have just a single voice, minorities get downtrodden, right? And that's why the taxes are so high in California, right? The legislature has all these social programs. They actually entertained a program in the state of California called reparations. You know about that?
Right?
That was out of San Francisco. It was particularly San Francisco. Now they had to give up on it because they finally saw what the numbers would look like, and San Francisco cannot afford it. But they were gonna give every Black person $1 million in a home.
Yeah.
And they made it an option for businesses to contribute to the reparations. And how many businesses lined up to do that?
It's hilarious. What were they thinking? Or here's another funny one. A couple weeks ago, Chicago City Council, right?
Yes.
Chicago's notoriously ran well, no crime, not a lot of blood in the streets every weekend.
True.
They decided to take their precious time to vote in Chicago City Council to vote in a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine a couple weeks ago. Now
that worked well.
I don't know if Chicago has a map or a globe. You could probably go into any elementary school and find a cartoon drawing of the earth and then find somebody who knows where places are and say, show me where I live. And they'll point, and show me where Israel is. And they'll point way over there. And
it's in Chicago.
Did we not just waste a whole bunch of stupid time?
Hey, did you just see the whole argument with the lady who's prosecuting Trump in Atlanta? She couldn't tell what continent she's been to in this question. That was humor on wheels. That's an elected person who is a law degree. So
that's unbelievable. The
losing hope
are unbelievable.
It really is. So I think that we're gonna let you get out of here. We've gotten 2 hours of your time.
Tell us one last time about people if they want to, if they can't make it to the meeting. I don't suppose they'll have it open for comments or call-ins during the meeting.
No.
But what can they do ahead of time?
They will, in the public comment meeting, there will be a public comment meeting where we're going to bring out another 1,000 people. They can. Good. I would strongly encourage them to come to the meeting. Don't do it on Zoom because
take the day off.
View you on Zoom.
Okay, you're talking about the February 22nd meeting. Is that right, Gary? Or is there a different meeting you're referring to?
I've heard that February 22nd date a number of times. It's not true. There's no public comment meeting on
right. I'm just wondering when is the next public comment? We're looking at the website now.
It's scheduled. It was supposed to be last night. That was February 15th was the date for the past 5 weeks until last week when they suspended that. They were supposed to vote on February 20th. Any concessions from Dakota Pacific, they're extending these talks that have with any meaningful movement in Dakota Pacific, or UDOT isn't moving up anything they're doing either. So it's ridiculous. Now I've got all the Dakota Pacific meetings here, and let's see.
So if you would,
on February
you're on
22nd,
Facebook, right?
Yeah, well,
because if you're on Facebook, Gary,
but February 22nd is just another meeting with Dakota Pacific, and that is not public comment. Public comment has not been scheduled. It was suspended last week. The vote was suspended, and this is all ridiculous because no matter how many times they ask and cajole, Dakota Pacific has the legislature in their pocket. And they believe that they can get a piece of legislation that will defeat the court. And I think they can. I do think they can.
Well, what I'm asking is, would you please, maybe you were in a text thread with us, would you text us when the next meeting does happen where the public can comment? We can help you get people there. We'll advertise it on our end. And then I'll let the Republican Party chair also let her folks know so that they can also go and support. And I'm just hoping that people will be inclined to get there in person. The bodies will maybe have an impact. And if anything, invite the Tribune, invite Deseret News, invite outside, media.
Yeah.
Invite Channel 2, Channel 4.
get the congressman there and the representatives. Mike Kohler came to the last public comment meeting last year, and that's where I gave him a tongue lashing about voting for SB 8.
Yeah. Well, Gary, this is a great time. It's election year, and this is a great time. Get in touch with these senatorial candidates, the gubernatorial candidates, gubernatorial. Get in touch with congressional candidates. Have them show up for the people. I mean,
we have.
Let's see who shows up.
We tried to get a meeting with Governor Cox, and I actually had his assistant. And we couldn't get a meeting, not even with members of the county council. He would not see us. Governor Cox would not see us, and he signed off that horrible law that now is invalid. But it's disgraceful.
Well, I think that if there's never been a better time than in an election year where you've got a little bit of leverage and you also get enough people engaged. The people of Park City, a lot of those people are donors to a lot of these people's campaigns. And they should absolutely, if they're a donor to any campaign, those donors should get on the phone with these people and say, hey, show up to my city and come listen to the people here, regardless of their party membership.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for the education.
I hope you're more up to speed and as outraged as the community is, and you can see why. There really isn't another side to this. They're putting in those units. There's no traffic solution. It's just greed. That's all we're witnessing is greed.
Well, if there was another side to this, you would see this company out in front of the people defending their side. The fact that they don't have to speaks volumes that they either think it's already in the bag or it is already in the bag and we're just in a waiting game now. And you've got electeds who are trying not to fall and lose their seats as basically, prisoners of this whole thing. They're just going to be collateral damage through all this, and they're just not going to get involved or be boisterous because they're trying to alleviate some of the damage that's going to come from it. If you've got this many people upset, I can't believe the county council members that are running for office again or trying to take the seat.
They're afraid.
Aren't absolutely upfront.
There's no question that they're afraid. There's no question that
they should be.
And this is very public, and I'm not the only one saying vote them out. And so as it gets closer here, it so happens we're hoping that we can get this done, but unfortunately the Democratic caucus is on March 5th, and we might not have a vote by then. And so they'll have the cover of that.
It's by design.
I know. That's probably why we delayed this thing.
The Republican caucus is March 5th. Now, the Democrat caucus, usually they're just going to be voting they're doing their
delegates.
They're voting for their presidential nominee, as are we. But we will have our caucus. That link is up and ready to go at the Utah State Party, so people can pre-register for caucus if you're a Republican. But that shouldn't stop you. Run as a delegate. Run as a county delegate.
I helped get elected a person that's against Dakota Pacific and will definitely vote no. I helped him get elected. I gave him money. I campaigned for him, and he got elected.
See, that's how it works. And hopefully he's going to represent your voice.
He is.
And everyone else's. So with that, I just want to thank you again. Gary, this has been absolutely so informative. I appreciate your engagement with the topic and with us and getting your word out where you are. Please stay in touch with us on the text thread. If any news comes up.
Contact me anytime, and I'll make sure you guys know when the public comment meeting is. And any other developments that come up.
Please do. And then let us help you as far as getting the word out in your county for the folks we know there. I love Summit County. It's just, I'd love to see some red specks in there. for the Republican side, just because you're right. It is all blue. It'd be nice to have a couple different ideals coming to the table. And
I
for
think there's
starters,
a good chance if Roger Armstrong votes, there's a strong Republican candidate. I've talked to him already. And I can tell you that lots of people are going to support a Republican because Roger is supporting Dakota Pacific. That singular issue could kill him.
what's the candidate's name that's running against him?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that. Hold on.
Sorry.
Can you hold on just 1 second? And I can
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's give him some attention. Can you imagine Bridger Bolander making a vote without any discussion with anyone? I cannot imagine that type of
We are the most
representation.
blessed county in the United States. That's it.
We really are. We've got a lot of great engagement from our electeds.
Let's see.
You say there's 3 seats open.
Tory Welsh.
Corey Welsh?
Tory with a T.
Tory Welsh. Okay.
Yeah. And I actually spent 90 minutes with him last week, urging him to expose. He's against Dakota Pacific, he says. And I said, you want to make a strategic strike against the council member you're running against? Make sure everybody knows you're against Dakota Pacific, because Roger won't say.
Here's the hard part that I see is that when you have county politics turnover because of some huge fractal issue like this one is, it never turns out well long term. It always causes like a rift and like a bad juju in the whole county or state or anything like that. And it's too bad that this council's allowing it to come to this place.
Yeah, it turns neighbor against neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that with the temple development here.
Yeah.
But
the temple out here, it tore a tiny town. Erda. The town is so tiny, no one's ever heard of it. A population of like what, 12, 13, 12 and a half. I don't know. They've got two sticks that poke out of a board and they go and change the numbers every day. Like they're judging
they're a city
gymnastics.
now though, because of it.
But because of that, it caused this big rift. And in this tiny town, that rift lives on 3-4 years later.
Yeah. But this is the thing though, when you've got this whole group of people against one issue, that's rare. And then when you've got a government ignoring them, that's rare.
That's true, but it'll still
that rift is not gonna get fixed until someone stands
and I
up
don't
to
blame
it.
the people. I blame the council for it. The council allowed it to come here.
I made this point in one of the letters I wrote that this is a nonpartisan issue, and in the world, a country of extreme polarization, almost everybody here agrees that this is a bad thing, and yet the 3 people. It only takes 3 people on the council to vote yes, and it's done. And it's a sad state of affairs.
Well, what a great year for an election year.
I know,
because you got 3
had
seats
this
open.
kind of leverage before,
right? And if these people aren't listening, get them out.
Yeah.
Vote your conscience on this, people, regardless if they're red and you're blue, whatever side you're on. Go to the people who are listening to you and who are going to do what you want as a populace. Because if you do that, if you don't, and you continue, this is the problem with cities that are all blue and they complain about crime or they complain about taxes. When you keep doing the same thing and voting for the same people over and over, nothing changes. That is exactly insanity. So make a change.
That's the voters' fault. That's the voters' responsibility. And that's why we're saying, if you don't turn out for public comment and you don't vote these people out and you're stuck in traffic for the next 10 years, then it's because you didn't vote.
Elections have consequences.
That's right.
And when you've got a huge group, you have 46,000 people and only 6,000 are showing up to vote, that
Yep.
6,000 is deciding for you what
That's right.
you want. If you don't go out and vote yourself, you get everything you deserve.
Well,
you get what those 6,000 people vote for you because you've said nothing, done nothing. So, Gary, on that note,
yeah, thank
you for what you're doing, and stay in touch with us, and we'd love to
Okay.
have you on again if there's new
Mhm.
developments.
Okay.
We've been trying to get after legislative session's over. I really want to get Kira Birkeland in here and get talking to her about the issues and some of the bills that she's been supporting. But I'd be curious if she's been able to remedy this with
Ask her
what's
about the
happening in Summit County.
HTRZ. Ask her about her bill on the HTRZ. This would be a good bill for Summit County, but there's a belief that it's never even going to get out of committee, that it'll never be voted on even on the floor. But you can ask her about
Amazing.
that.
Will
Will
do.
do. All right, Gary, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good
God bless,
weekend.
Gary.
Have a wonderful
Thank you.
night. And we'll talk again soon, hopefully.
Very good. Thanks again for the time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. That's Gary Peacock, Summit County. Go look up the council. If you're in Summit County, another thing to look at is people outside of the county, with them having to blow up their Kimball Junction, I-80 and whatever. That'll affect everyone's taxes a little bit. And
what gets passed and on legislative level doesn't just affect Summit County. That is a open playbook for developers all over.
These
little words get changed. I mean, and if there's not someone double checking, triple checking the fine print, I'm of the belief that legislative bills should be not more than 2 pages. Even if there are 900, I know there's not enough time in the day and they are up there nonstop. It would be nice to know every bill is getting read. Is that too much to ask? I'm sorry. If you can't read it, you can't vote for it. How about that? Because this is a law that affects everybody.
We may as well just elect football linemen right out of high school and special ed into the legislature because they don't read them. I don't know. I happen to think that ours do. They've actually talked about them in depth.
Ours do. Ours
but
won't
I would
vote
hope
if
they
can't.
I would hope they read all of them. I don't know how to parse this, how to deal with it. I don't think there is a way to. Our government's gotten too big. Our government is too involved in all these little particular parts of life and everything else, which means the government honestly cannot manage what they've bitten off. They ate the whole cow at once.
And
they
the
didn't do it
government's
one bite
never
at a
done
time.
anything.
Yeah, and the government
they get engaged and involved in something and they wreck it.
Yeah, they're a parade of failure. But anyways, our government's doing great. We're all happy and successful and everything else. And but I guess we've got like an hour and 45 minutes left, and there's a whole bunch of news stuff going on, a whole bunch of stuff I've really wanted to talk about. But let me see. I've got a couple of things pulled up here. Where are we at? I know you sent me a news thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I read about this bill. This is Todd Wheeler put this in. It's an exercise of religion amendments. So this is your First Amendment. The First Amendment deals with your.
I have to say, I love Todd Wheeler.
This is
he is the people on Twitter love to hate. Like, he gets so many trolls, but I get his humor. It's funny.
Well, this
sometimes
one's
it's not funny to people, but
I don't have an opinion on him. This one's about. I should actually share this bad boy, and we've got the rabid puppy at the door. She wants to come in, so I think I'll
get her.
I'll have Holly open the door and let her in while we share this bill and read through it because the wording kind of confuses me a little bit. And humana. But anyways, grab the dog and then we'll carry on. But anyways, so this is SB State Bill 150 here in Utah. And I don't know if any of you have ever read a bill, but general description. This bill provides legal protections related to the free exercise of religion, and then highlighted provisions, defined terms. It's a whole bunch of. You've really got to be ready to read it. But it says under definitions, demonstrates means to produce the evidence necessary to meet the burden of persuasion. I have no clue what that means. What are they
Todd's
writing?
A lawyer. Did I mention that? He probably can write these bills all day
Still,
long.
It's just ridiculous. But in here it says what they can do to shut down religion, and that's the one that gets me. Okay. So we go down to government claims or defenses, attorneys, fees and costs, whatever. 1, the free exercise of religion is a fundamental right and applies to all government action, including actions that is facially, sorry. I know how to read. Don't look at me like that. Facially neutral. Except as provided in subsection 3, a government entity may not substantially burden the free exercise of religion of a person, regardless of whether the burden results from a rule of general applicability.
Nailed it.
Really? Wow. Part 3, a government entity may substantially burden a person's free exercise of religion only if the government entity demonstrates that the application of the burden to the person is
what?
A furtherance of a compelling governmental interest, the least restrictive means of furthering the compelling governmental interest.
Wait, so can we just cut through all this?
I don't know.
Is this just
what does it mean?
A bill that is challenging the constitutional right of the First Amendment to
like the number one, the first thing they lay out. Now, granted, I happen to think that First Amendment is more important on the freedom of speech, but I think the freedom of the exercise of religion. Come here, Dozer.
Wait a second. So I would just like a summary of this bill without all this legalese.
Yeah, the honest part of religion is I think they should be able to declare, one, we're a religion, and no, we're not one of those that sacrifices, goats or children. Oh, okay, then you're a religion. Do what you want to do. Now, granted.
No, this is like, hey, we're the government, and you guys can't sing hymns because there's a COVID mandate. What is this?
Or you have to do, church has to be done in your cars at a drive-in, something like that. I'm like, it's like they're writing a bill that allows for that, which throws me off on this.
I just see a lot of church in government in here.
And you always see people saying that religions need to pay taxes. Oh, is mommy home now? All right, mommy must be home. We just brought you in here.
Rude.
She'll come open the door. Oh my gosh.
Oh, geez.
You hear that? You don't have to talk into the mic.
Okay, let's go back to.
But anyways, so a person whose free exercise of religion is burdened in violation of this section may assert the violation as a claim or defense in the judicial proceeding to obtain relief. So the government will take away your rights. You can go and spend the money to sue to get them back. But a person who prevails in action to enforce the provisions of this section against a government entity is entitled to recover attorney
viewers.
Fees and costs.
People's eyes have glazed over. This is like mind-numbing. I don't understand.
But what are they saying? Why can't they lay out if they're shooting to cover their butts on what they did over COVID. Why don't they just lay it out and say, hey, look, if say perhaps we want to, declare a pandemic for a disease that kills, 1 in 100,000 people or something, then we want to be able to shut down churches.
I'd like to get Todd Weiler's
Is it Weiler or
summary.
Wheeler?
Weiler, I believe.
Weiler? I don't know.
I'd rather hear it from him. This is what's the general, I don't understand. What is the general idea of this?
Because it says it's to protect religion, but then it comes down here and says they can shut religion down. And maybe the part to protect religion is that if a person takes them to court over that, then they're entitled to recover attorney fees and costs.
Okay. Well, there's going to probably be lots of court cases regarding COVID and the restrictions. I don't know how many in Utah versus like other states.
Well, the church stepped in and shut it down in Utah.
But yeah, but that was their own choice.
It wasn't the state that shut it down.
Right.
So who are you going to sue? Are you going to
church? I'm talking about other churches, and a lot of them has been back east.
And there's been a lot of people
in California.
You can hear a lot of reports of people suing to get their tithing back.
I haven't heard anything about that.
That stuff's crazy.
I know it's a big deal in California,
but I think
back east and all of
tithing's a voluntary action.
It is.
But they're suing to get it back. I think the church really needs to.
But again, that's nothing our legislature should even touch or be involved in.
You are right.
It is voluntary to belong to any church.
Now, I've got a sad story. This is a very local story, and we're reading it off KSL. But in Grantsville, somebody went and knocked over a bunch of headstones the other day.
That's disgusting.
Now, okay, I'm telling you right now, it's teenager turds out just being crazy. But come on, teenagers, why are you going to damage something like that? Because they've got a video from KSL. We may as well play it and see what they say. Okay, let me get the sound turned on. That's the one that gets me, is those old sandstone ones.
Well, yeah, it said 1891 on it.
Those are old headstones.
Irreplaceable.
And, and they're just busting them up. These little punks. I mean, these are old headstones. Wanless, I actually knew that guy. That's just awful. How awful is it that they're going to have to put up some kind of security system at the cemetery now?
I see no problem with having a security system at a
No,
cemetery.
but it's awful that you have to.
I'm disgusted by this.
It is. It should be a respected place.
And people, if you know anything about this locally, let your local police department know, and just get the word out. And if it's your kid, teach your kid a valuable lesson about taking accountability.
Oh,
let them admit what they've done.
If my kid was to do that, I would make sure that I would be dragging him down to the city building and talking to Mayor Critchell and saying, what do you need done around here? And he would do that for every weekend for the next couple of years.
Why this makes news is because Grantsville is a small town.
It's tiny.
There's a lot of good people there.
You
and
saw
these headstones are 100 years old.
Yeah, you saw it zoom in. I mean, Grantsville's a really cool town. Well, I mean, there's a museum out there that deals with the Donner Party. For you that don't know, we're going to have the old man in to talk about that. The museum runner soon. But yeah, it's insane that they do that. It's insane.
So let people know if you know where that is.
Where
or
what
who
is?
did that. I know where everyone knows where it is.
I thought you were talking to me. Yeah. And I don't know. It probably would be in bad form if you beat your kid and then took him down to the police and turned it in. So don't beat your kid before you do that.
What, beat your kid after?
I'm just saying.
So they're
going to take mug shots. You don't want the kid there with black eyes on mug shots.
What I sent you was the sheriff who went to.
Did you post it on our?
No, I don't think I could. So the sheriff of, my goodness, I'm going to find it. Sheriff's Association in DC. Sheriff comes back from that meeting where they actually had his name, Sheriff Richard K. Jones, where they actually had an FBI representative there informing the sheriffs about Homeland Security and the threat that is before us, and how they cannot necessarily protect the nation from the threat. This sheriff held a press conference, and it's about 30 minutes long. So it's you're not going to want to share the whole press conference, but one thing he got across is he is going to empower the citizens of his county by offering what essentially is like emergency care, how to triage emergency care. Also, gun owners, he's made sure that all the deputies have at least an AR-15 with all these extra magazines in every single car. Community-oriented policing, growing their community in basically what we would call neighborhood watch. But these are citizens who are trained to react in the event of a terrorist attack or a natural disaster, both with medical assistance or backup to law enforcement where it's needed. Did you see the people that literally tackled the shooter in Kansas City?
I've got that pulled up.
This sheriff was so disturbed by what he's learned from the FBI, I guess it's a supervisor or director, but the FBI discussion at the Sheriff's Association was like, hey, we're not going to be able to protect you. Meanwhile, we don't know who's here or what counties are in danger, or that made the sheriff go back, hold a press conference, and really let the public know exactly what's going on.
The shooter, sounds like the shooting was gang related or teenage dirtbag related, youth, 20-year-old something related. And
20-something people shot.
Yeah, but there are only, as far as we know, 3 shooters.
3 shooters, 20-something people, and how many
are
kids? It
sounds like some of the targets were the opposing gang. But look at these 2 guys or 3 guys. Well, 2 guys initially tackled one of the shooters, and hold him down. The police are down the
600
way
police officers there
taking care of another one. And then, the police respond, but they tackle him and hold him down. I mean, look at this. That one guy grabs him. He's trying to run the gauntlet. And a couple guys just grab him. Perfect form tackle.
These people could have been killed, but they did it because they were protecting people.
They were citizens, and I would be pissed if I was at a parade because my local team and the team I loved, won the Super Bowl, and then some dirtbag shows up like that and takes the opportunity to shoot at innocent people. I'd be mad too. Except the main difference is one, in the state of Utah, the concealed carry laws are rather
Kansas City has some pretty bad
liberal. Now
so
Kansas,
Chicago,
Missouri's
so New Orleans.
Missouri's good on carry, aren't they? But Missouri is. I don't know if Kansas City is. But I mean, I worry. Probably would have been better to tackle him, but I worry would I have responded with, or would an individual who had something on their hip responded with that thing?
Well, you would have to have anyone that carries has to know that they've got a clear shot before they even consider.
Yes.
And in a parade situation like this,
and there's not a clear shot at any time when they tackle him.
The left is using this as
the backstop and beyond. But there he is. The guy's running. Boom. First guy shoulder. Boom. Second guy. Then the one guy's on his back. Down he goes. Oh, and then they're rolling in the dirt in a dust cloud.
So, people, I guess what I'm saying is this: these guys have strict gun laws. So does Chicago. So does New Orleans. So does DC.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, when you make strict gun laws, you restrict good people from owning guns. That's what happens.
That's all you do.
Because the bad people will have them. Now let's add on the fact that we've got a border that's been unsecured for 3 years, if not longer.
Oh, and that's
we
something
have
else
no idea what else is coming.
That's something else I want to talk about a little later on.
I am even really thoughtful before I think about attending an event that's going to have a lot of people.
Yes.
Because the terrorist threat is out there at any time.
I don't like a lot of people anyway.
It's enhanced now because of how many people got over the border. Brings me back to that sheriff. If you are interested, watch his press conference. You can just Google Butler County Sheriff. He addresses, and his name is Richard K. Jones, and his desire to have a press conference over this. Like when I first saw it, I thought, is this even real? Because the sheriff to go out.
It reminds me of that Florida sheriff.
His people like this.
What's that Florida sheriff's name that every time a dirtbag gets shot, he has a press conference and he says the funniest stuff?
I don't know his name, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh gosh, man. That guy's the best. I'm kind of subscribed. I love watching that. Anyways, there's another thing. California, man. Can California get more ridiculous? Okay. Senator Portantino introduces a bill requiring annual registration of firearms. So this SB 1160, he's from Burbank, California. Hold my surprise. Democrat. Oh, I'm shocked. He wants California residents to every year have to go in and register their firearms. Every year they have to go in and register. They say they're trying to understand how many firearms are in private hands and who owns them, whatever. This is just a gun registration so that California can yet again stand on your throat. That's all this is. And that's out there right now. I think this one actually made it through, but there's an even funnier California one. A lady Democrat there put forward a bill that annually you'll have to register all of your pets. Rural United States are not going to go for that. This is just California, but even the fish in the fish tank. So you got to pay a $10 registration fee for your 3 betas or 250 little goldfish or black tips. I
Or
don't
what?
know, but it is.
Who's patrolling that?
California is drowning for your money. They have promised your money to every special interest group.
Yeah, for the next 50 years.
To everything. And they want it. They want it bad. Now, I promise you, none of the wealthy, this doesn't pertain to them. I promise, the movie star in Malibu with the purse dog, she's not going to do it.
Go back to the purse dog.
What do you want me to go back to?
To just us. We're not reading this verbatim,
Oh,
right? We've already
no,
moved on.
I'm not reading it. I'm just showing it.
Yeah. So now they want to register pets in California too. Are they at the legislature session just like we are? Or
high as a kite. That's
do
what
they
they're
do
doing.
it like Texas every 2 years?
No, I think California's annually, probably longer than ours just because of the size. California needs to be broken up into like 5 different states.
Exactly. Northern California doesn't vote the same as Southern, but they don't have the population.
No, like even the interior or like inside of California doesn't vote the same as that. Did you hear about Iran?
You ran? That's
Iran.
incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. Just kidding.
So Iran.
Because I was being chased.
Iran declared that Antarctica is theirs.
Oh my gosh. They beat me to it. Okay. I declare that Iran is mine. Oh, and I declare a ceasefire. Boom. Done.
So Iran declares that Antarctica belongs to them. There was a treaty signed.
It makes sense.
A global treaty signed in, I want to say like right after World War II, like 1949 or 50, that Antarctica belongs to no one. It's not going to be militarized.
Right,
A lot
and
like
Antarctica
the treaty
is
for
where
space.
the end of the flat world is, right?
It-
They believe.
it's a ring that goes around it.
And
It's
it
a ring.
all,
Antarctica is not a continent. It's an ice wall, like on Game of Thrones, where the bad people are on the other side. Anyways, but Iran declares. I don't know if this is BS. I read it. I'm laughing too much. It's too funny, but this can't be real. Iran can't be this high. Iran doesn't even have a brown water navy. I mean, they've got a pretend navy. I think in the 80s, we just broke their navy in a half hour. But they declare Antarctica is
if they
theirs.
did have a navy and never came up on one of ours, they'd all have surrendered.
It happened in the 80s, and they effed around and found out. But so Antarctica belongs to Iran, and they want to set up a military base there, just so everyone's clear on the future of the world. I'm sure all of them want to leave that fine country and go live in Antarctica. But the women might be more comfortable because I'm pretty sure burqa is more thermal compliant. Just saying.
I don't understand. What do they gain by doing proposing that they are now?
I think it's saber rattling because, I mean, we are on a extremely hot footing with Iran over, obviously, Israel and the Gaza Strip deal. We got the Houthis thing going on. The Houthis they're acting in kind of crazy piracy ways. They've taken a couple of ships. They're holding the crew and the captains hostage. And of course, the leftists on the internet are praising the Houthis. Now, the Houthis have kind of been victims of the United States and Saudi Arabia over the last 14 years, 16 years. It's kind of an unknown war. We have been aiding in the bombing of it's a long, complicated story where Iranian-backed Shia militias took over the country of Yemen, and then Saudi Arabia attacked them because the previous Yemenis government was kind of just like an extension of the Saudi Arabian government. And Yemen is at the tip of the peninsula of Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, But
Well, I'm dumber for listening to Iran.
Iran just took over Antarctica. They've got it now. And we all know, from those of you who are learned scholars and study Admiral Byrd, that's where the aliens and the flying saucers and the Nazis live. But that'll be on another day's subject and show.
Amazing.
She's not even listening.
I'm listening. I just think it's just ridiculous.
She's texting her girlfriends. They're planning their mojitos.
No, actually,
for brunch.
this is a great time to tell you, if you're a county delegate in Tooele County and you were planning on attending this special convention tonight, it's canceled.
Tonight's
and
convention
you should
is
have
canceled.
received emails from our GOP secretary that lets you know that there will be no convention tonight. We had one person file for the county assessor, and we have chosen her by acclamation. So congratulations.
You only had one person file, and this is this
County
note
assessor.
I have up was the assessor advertisement.
Yes, but
So who's our new
canceled.
assessor?
Joy Peters. And she's already serving in the office. Like she's already
Assistant assessor.
Yep, she's already fully qualified for the office,
Good.
licensed.
Now the
everything.
assessor,
She fit
you
every
have to-
single box. You had to have a special license.
You have to have a CPA license or something.
Oh, I think it's more intricate than even that. There was only a few people in the county, a handful, that even have the
Okay.
license. So I'm getting questions from people who are thinking they were going to attend a council or the convention tonight, but there's not. We had one person file, so it should have gone to your email.
So it wasn't a big fight. Okay.
No. And she's actually a candidate for assessor running in 2024, and she's running with no challengers. So Joy will be
So
winning.
Joy's in. Joy, do a good job for us. Humana.
I think she'll be great. I've
Great.
had a chance to meet with her, and
Glad to hear it.
I'm super excited. She comes highly recommended
Well,
from our
she
former
assesses all of our
assessor.
stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
So we will miss Jake Parkinson, but he has not left us in the weeds here. We've got someone highly qualified and ready to just hit the ground running.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. And did you tell me you had other news?
I always have other news. We've got a lot of people have signed up to attend the Lincoln Day dinner, which is
Yes.
happening on February 24th.
Yes.
Please use Venmo to secure your seat as we plan to sell out. And Lincoln Day dinner is Republican Party's way of celebrating President Lincoln and the founding of our party. And also we welcome a lot of the candidates who are filing to run for office this year. So if you want an opportunity to get in front of those folks and have an amazing meal, come out to the Lincoln Day dinner.
Mhm.
Tickets are on sale right now, and they're $60 per person. And then you can go to Tooele County Republican Party's page, the events on that page, and Venmo is a great way to secure your meal. All the details are in the event. So if you're a candidate and you have yet to contact me, please do apply to that event.
Where's this Lincoln Day dinner ad at?
Just go on down. There it is.
Right here. All right. I'm going to share it on the screen so everyone can read it. So if you go to the Tooele County Republican page, you're going to click on this link
It's
right
the
here.
event Saturday, February 24th. And we are so grateful to
And
our
where
sponsor,
do
the
they-
Utah Motorsports Campus.
Where do they order their tickets on Venmo? How is
They
that
just
done?
have to go to Venmo, which is Tooele-GOP, and it's in the link there. And then you can order how many tickets you want. And it helps leave a comment on your Venmo payment that says
It's in this
purchasing
link?
4 tickets. Yeah, this should be an event. You're looking at just the picture.
Ah, okay. So
So go scroll down,
scroll down.
and there's see more. Oh my gosh, you're killing me.
I'm killing
Killing me, Smalls. See more.
See more.
There's the details.
All right.
And we are so excited because Robert Axon is going to be our keynote speaker.
And he's our state chair.
Yes, and he's going to be ready to come on the show
I
whenever
really
we're
like
ready.
that guy. I like that guy. He's a good dude.
The state
He's a
just
fan of
rolled
the
out
5.7 pistol. That's very
the
interesting.
state just rolled out this whole, a lot of work has went into this to bring caucus into the 21st century under Robert Axon, his leadership and his team, to make it so you can pre-register for caucus.
Ooh.
So you get in there early. You've got the
flying cars and robot housemaids.
You've got the party platform there. All the information you need if you want to be a delegate, you can. All that is going to be there. And then you're going to be voting this year in Super Tuesday to where you vote for your presidential choice. And that will be Utah's choice for president going forward. So if you do nothing else, show up to your caucus and participate and vote and let us know, because that tells us, our county and our state, who your choice as a Republican is for the presidential election.
To get a ticket on Venmo, it's at Tooele-GOP. So when you, and I suggest you go. I mean, I am not a Republican. The whole rest of the family is. I am not. I'm a weirdo. But when I went there, that's when Holly herself handed me this piece of paper, and it showed me the bullet points of the Republican Party, their stance. And I really appreciated that. And I would join the Republicans in a heartbeat if they start living up to it. Not that I would say our locals do rather well at that. And let's see how the state does, or the national does, now that, what's her name? Romney's niece. You have to tell me every time.
Rona McDonald, but she's not in there anymore.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Now that she's out, we'll see. Maybe the Republican Party will win me over.
But I would like to thank our sponsor, the Utah Motorsports Campus, because they have given us a beautiful venue to do this. We couldn't do it without them. And I mean, we could do it without them, but it wouldn't be as amazing.
Oh, it's a beautiful facility. You go in there for those that choose. There is a bar that you can go and partake of the.
Not many people use the bar.
I know, not many people. I did not have to wait in line at all. I just walked right in. And I think she was your old aide on the either there or somewhere. She had curly hair. What was her name?
I'm not sure which one you mean, because we had all of my friends are there. She have red hair?
Might have been.
Yeah, that would be Tiffany. She's no longer there. She's moved on to better and brighter.
Okay. But anyways, no, but she would stand there and she was the only other person that went near the bar besides me and Dave the whole time.
And probably me.
No, you were well behaved. You had to be. I also want to mention March 16th this year is the Grantsville Sociable. So any of you guys in Grantsville, and Tooele also. It's
140th year.
I know. Grantsville Sociable. It's really a neat event. They've got plays and songs and dance.
Go up to the details.
Go up to the details.
Just scrolling. Let's see that.
Okay. All right. So tickets will be $20 online, or you can get them at Solberg's or at City Hall. Tickets the day of the Sociable will be $22. So for the guests who are 75 and older, they have a reception at noon, lunch at 1 p.m., and then they have a program. They kind of do it used to be called the old folk Sociable, but that offended someone probably somewhere. But now it's just called the Sociable. But this is geared around making the elderly feel welcome. So early in the day, they have the initial show.
They have a car show from 11 to 4. That's awesome.
They have a car show every year.
Appreciate that.
And then after they do that, 5 p.m., then they have a dance, an old people dance. And it's cool when you talk to the older people. I remember.
It's for young people too. Dancing's from 5 to 11.
Yeah, the 5 to 11 it's an old person dance. I kid you not.
Well, they're doing both.
This is the other one. Yes.
Is it the same day?
I don't know if the dancing is
They're
the
mixing.
same.
They're mixing.
But
Young and old. It's all about the fun.
I used to chat with my sister-in-law's grandpa after it, and he was prolific on Dancing with All the Old Widows. And he would come home and,
bring your invitation and one escort there,
yes,
folks. You 75 and older folks.
Yes, I would love to take my grandma to that. I don't know if she'd be quite ready for that yet.
I think my parents have been to this before.
Probably. I know my dad goes every year. It's a big thing. They spool up and they have events going on. And then for 18 and older, they got the car show 11 to 4. First program is at 2:30 p.m. and second program's at 5 p.m.
So tell people where they go to find this information out. Where are you at?
To find the information, I am at, it's just Grantsville Sociable, or you can put it 140.
Put on by Grantsville High School?
Yes, the Grantsville High School puts it on. But if you look up Grantsville Sociable, it shows up there. Again, tickets at Solberg's, City Hall, or $20 online. But yeah, it's always kind of it's always a big deal in Grantsville, the Sociable going on. I wasn't able to make it last year, but this year I am definitely going to be there. And then
That's cool. That's really cool. So I have to say to Mr. Mayor was on earlier. So hi, Mr. Mayor, and
yes.
Hi, Mom. And sorry that we were so engaged in that conversation. I wish people from Summit would have called in, because I really, I mean, I've heard about this topic so many times.
I would like to hear a voice from the other side to see what their argument is.
Well, yeah, but
I would definitely like to hear that.
They're all lipped up. They're not going to say anything.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
So again, this happens everywhere, and we want to avoid it happening in our county. And that just means, development has to happen. People, we can't say not in my backyard, because I am of the belief that you can't shut the door once you've moved here. I mean, we've got to have growth, but there is a smart way to grow, and it's usually slow and steady, and it's got to have infrastructure built into it. And you've got to hear from people who actually live in the place you're trying to grow at. And you can't be like, not in my backyard. No, you've got to be open to compromise. But what's bothering me is this sounds like the compromise is only from the council side. The actual developer's not compromising. And that's scary to me.
I'm
because
wondering,
they either know something the council doesn't know, or they're holding, obviously, the cards here.
I'm wondering if there's like a project the council's had on back burner for 10 years that they just want to get off the books and they're promising to deal with it or something.
It could be, but until they actually say it, I mean, and it could be a project that more people want,
it sounds
and
like
would agree with.
The council was totally against them in the beginning, and then they just flipped. There has to be something there.
There must be something there, because it's an election year. Most councils are going to be highly ready to listen to their people. So
it's crazy.
We'll try to get somebody on.
If we can find someone, maybe we'll have Dwayne reach out and nav us someone.
Somebody that may know. Dwayne, producer extraordinaire, maybe you know somebody that can.
We need to get him a nameplate made with that on it. Producer extraordinaire.
Absolutely.
I like it.
Let's talk about more news.
Well, okay. So
what do people need to know
the big thing, the Tucker Putin interview, everywhere else has beat it to death.
Well, you saw Putin just came out with the new news that well, and I don't know, is this real? That we heard it when we talked to David Pine, but he has nuclear capabilities from satellites, and so people are like, whoa.
Putin didn't come out with that. Our government came out with that,
and they just recently had a prisoner of war killed.
It just so happens that when the bill to give Ukraine a whole bunch of money under border control. Remember, that was a border control bill, gave Ukraine $75 billion, gave Israel $45 billion, and gave the border $8 billion. I think those are the numbers, if I'm correct. I may be wrong. I might be off a couple billion here and there, but it's just billions. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong. But anyways, that one was failing. So then this information comes out, which makes me think it was held hostage. So I have to see Putin actually, but even nowadays, you can't trust that. I mean, where you stand on the precipice of the craziest year, because how many deep fakes do you think we're going to see this summer?
I think we've already seen plenty. And it's
I mean,
only gonna
how is
get
it going to be?
worse.
We're going to see a deep fake of Trump, doing something irreparable to something else. We're going to see a deep fake of Biden actually getting a sentence out.
We saw a deep fake
complete.
of Biden, and they found out it was a deep fake, but it
Oh,
was
really?
like, yeah, it was. Oh, what was it? Somebody on there knows what I'm talking about. He was saying something. Oh, I think it was about Texas. They're not going to be able to handle our F-16. Something to that.
That
and
was
it ended up being fake.
Yeah, where they're walking down the fence. But no, we're going to see, because like right now, Russia could be like, we didn't say like anything like that. And boom, all of a sudden, deepfake comes out. Russia's on national Russian TV, and he's saying, "Oh, we're gonna nuke them." So I don't know. We're in a crazy world right now. I don't know what the answer is. I know that Ukraine's in an awful position where they've lost a whole generation of young men.
So is Russia.
And now Russia has not lost a whole generation of young men.
We don't know how many deaths Russians have had because Russia isn't honest. We don't know if Ukraine is either,
but here's the difference. Here's the difference. When we look at Russia's military and military recruitment, there's still young men joining up. When we look at Ukraine's
crossing our border right now.
When we look at Ukraine's military and military recruitment, they're guys my age.
Well, that's because they're running out of young men.
That's what I'm saying. They've lost a generation of young men. They're gone. Right now, the Ukraine is going through the same thing Russia went through at Stalingrad. And it's a lot to take in, Putin, but you're doing the same thing that funny mustache dude did. So think about that. But they're going through the same thing where you've got not even conscripted forces. You've got forced forces. These are guys that don't even get a basic training. They get kidnapped, have a uniform tossed in their general direction. It doesn't matter if it fits. They may get handed a weapon if they're damn lucky, and then they get forced to the front. And then you've got the conscripted or the holdover military that stands behind them, and their job is to shoot them if they retreat. And that is where Ukraine stands right now.
Well, on a lighter note, Celeste Malloy she's going to be on at 2:30 on Friday.
2:30 on Friday.
So we originally had her at 4, but we're going to have her at 2:30. And her schedule moves around all the time, as you can imagine. But I'm excited. I'm excited to ask her because, she's going to probably have far more intel than we do on things like this. But, what we're just seeing, here's something that'll help you sleep tonight. Students at Brown University are on hunger strike until all the Jewish contributors at Brown University are.
Well, Brown's not going to get that new rock wall next year.
They want all the donators to Brown University to be canceled. And they're on a hunger strike. And as far as I'm concerned, if you want to starve to death, good luck. I don't even know how anyone can even do that. I mean, no student at any university is prepared to starve to death.
What was that band in the early 2000s, late 90s?
Seriously, people, think about it. You're not going to eat and you're a student. I'm sure they've changed what a hunger strike actually means. They're probably like, I'm just eating bread or having water. Because you realize 30 days without water, dead. 30 days without
if
food,
all colleges
dead.
did this, could you imagine the ramen noodle company would go out of business?
No, they wouldn't. There's plenty of poor Americans out there that are surviving on it thanks to this economy.
That is true. Hey.
But you know what? Threaten me with your hunger strike. I would love. It's probably less effective than gluing your hand to a motor speedway.
What they're doing is they're threatening Brown University, and it's weird. It's a weird situation. The Israeli deal is where, I've kind of bolstered about it before. I don't see a win for either side. I think if Israel
They've never had a win in the thousands of years they've been fighting.
If Israel follows through with its plans, it'll be an international pariah. And if Israel doesn't do anything,
follows through with their plans, what, to end Hamas?
if Israel doesn't do anything,
No,
then
what's
they're
their
just
plan?
they're just going to continue the conquering and occupation of Gaza. And if Israel doesn't follow through, they're just going to continue to be attacked. I don't know what the answer is there. It's an ugly situation. I don't know how you deal with it. I don't know.
Maybe you should go on a hunger strike.
I should.
Like,
I could stand
I could go on. You
Down
know
a
what?
few-
I should go on a hunger strike with you.
Should we hunger strike? What are we going to hunger strike over?
Oh, I just did it. I just conquered Antarctica while you were sitting here. I just
Should we-
declared one that I'm on a hunger strike, and two that now
Should we
I
hunger strike until
control Antarctica.
until Biden? That was a Freudian slip. Until Biden recognizes Iran's ownership of
of Antarctica. Right. Biden was supposed to be in East Palestine today. Did he go?
I don't know.
Because
I
how
don't know.
convenient that he's supposed to show up there on a Friday when the news cycle is not going to. He's going to go to East Palestine. It's been a year since the train crash, and the
it's a
people
little
are
late.
still pulling dangerous, deadly chemicals out of their soil and their water.
Good news is that means in another 3 or 4 months, you might go to Lahaina. Biden, I would suggest you go to Lahaina now because, of course, it's the winter season. and
Lahaina, he's
Lahaina's
already
probably
been there.
nice.
He was there.
Did he
Remember,
go to
he shared
Lahaina?
his house fire. He's like, I understand where
Oh,
you people
yeah.
are coming from. I had a house fire.
He always
that
does
almost
that.
ruined my
He's-
Corvette.
We
I
should call
guarantee
him.
he shares his house fire story or the death of his son story
Oh,
when he goes to East Palestine. And I would almost put money on the fact that he tells them to quit occupying the Gaza Strip.
we
Because
should.
he'll think he's in Palestine.
We should.
Tell me I'm wrong. Would
He'll be-
anyone be surprised?
He's up there looking around like, you guys are a lot wider than I figured you'd be.
He's not even, I guarantee they're sitting him down with elected officials and not the public because they don't want the public to chime in.
And they've got
This
him.
has all been orchestrated.
And they're hitting that guy with so much methamphetamine.
Oh, they're hitting.
They're
He
just
has been
boom,
nowhere for 3
boom,
days.
Boom, he's just cranked. Everybody's like, "Ugh!" He walks.
They are so prepping him for this meeting. And this is a year. This is a year. And these people haven't so much as had anyone show up other than what, Buttigieg, which did he even go there?
Oh, I don't know.
So train
it does-
accident a year with deadly chemicals put into the air. And how crazy. Netflix did a freaking show that had the exact same scenario. And I swear I watched it a week before it actually
I know.
happened.
That was that one with the kid from Star Wars. What's his name?
Where he's the dad.
Yeah, he's the dad.
He plays
But he's kind of a bumbling
Kylo
fool.
Ren.
But they've got to make every male a bumbling fool in modern
But
movies.
this is crazy, people. It's like truth is stranger than fiction. They
Mhm.
made a movie and then it happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about that movie that was on Amazon, Utopia? Did you ever see that?
I don't think so. I don't know. What's it
Ooh,
about?
you should watch
I
that.
watched so many things.
The Utopia came out. The Utopia came out in
Movie or series?
28. It was a series.
Okay, and then I didn't watch it.
It came out in 2018. And because of the coronavirus and the circumstances around that and the conspiracy theories, they decided to stop making it, if that tells you what it's about. You should watch that. That's a good one.
People, this is insane. We're living in an insane world.
Dude, I'm telling you, when they spun up that Hadron Collider at CERN, boop, popped us over to the crazy dimension. Now we're in clown universe.
You've got to be more descriptive. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? I know about. You're talking about the show, or what are you talking about? What's a hydro collider?
The Hadron Collider
Yeah,
at
what
CERN?
is that?
They take hadron, it's a particle, and they shoot it around a big old racetrack. It's on the border of France and Switzerland, right? It's like 10 miles long circumference. And they shoot them and they bounce them into each other like little nuclear explosions where they discover different, I don't know, science stuff. But when they first turned it on, they said, a lot of people said, no, don't, it'll end the world, it's just humanity, make a black hole, whatever. What it did is it popped us into another universe in the multiverse.
Okay, wait.
And we
Okay.
went to Clown World, and this is where we live now.
Are
And
you
then
you're just BSing here?
Probably. I
Or
don't
did
know.
they actually have something that
They
did
actually
that?
have CERN.
And what did the test results show? Like,
Well, they found little mini black holes. They've made those. And what is it called? A particle, the God particle. I got to remember the name of it.
wow, I need to learn about this.
Yeah. You've never heard of, you don't know what CERN is?
I know what CERN is.
Oh,
You're
okay.
just discussing a test that, I mean, should I put my tinfoil hat on? Because if we're in a multiverse, I'd really like to know that.
Well, I don't know. People talk about it.
I know they've created a black hole or mini black holes, but what have they found inside the black holes?
Okay, the boson, whatever those are. I don't know.
You were just trying to be
this
funny,
is
and
smart
I
stuff.
ripped your joke apart.
Well, no, I actually kind of believe it because, man, the world's going crazy. Donald Trump was president. That's all I have to say.
There was way
4
crazy.
new particles have been discovered at CERN. Yeah. Did you ever see the CERN? Oh, you want to be freaked out. CERN, what was it? CERN opening ceremony.
CERN is like a intergovernment organization.
Yeah. Where's the opening CERN?
Oh, is this the one where the lady spits on everyone?
Oh, we're about to.
It's like 2 years after COVID.
Where's it at? Where's it
The
at?
lady spitting on people.
Is this it? Okay. Man, it's this is we don't need it. These guys are
Can
insane.
people hear this?
I turned off the volume because we don't need to hear someone else tell you how crazy it is. But this is at CERN, the opening ceremony at CERN, and they're like walking in their uniforms like crazy.
Like 1984?
Something like that, but they're all dead-eyed. I mean, they look like teenage girls like walking home from a rave in bright orange, high-vis suits.
Well, this is choreographed, obviously.
Well,
They're trying
yeah,
to do a show,
it
but
is.
what is it?
It is. But then they like do a thriller dance.
Is this them ripping apart other parts of the world to get minerals and stuff? Is that what's going on behind them?
It's a thriller.
The destruction
Thriller.
of Africa?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Okay, well,
But it's just crazy. But it gets kind of weirder as it goes along. We'll go forward to some more stuff.
oh, is this the lady?
I don't know what it is, but they've got a little bit of Bigfoot.
I'm sure it's the environment. It's all about the environment getting their revenge.
People hanging from
right?
cables.
Because man has destroyed the environment.
What do we got going on here?
We've
Is this a
destroyed
little
the
bit of
environment.
CERN stuff?
That's death. We've destroyed it all.
They got the ring lady, got a guy in a mask.
Oh, look, the devil's still alive, so that's good.
He's
The
doing
goat
good.
with the horn. Can we talk about? Did you see that about Ice Spice at the Super Bowl with all her upside down cross and her
Who?
Ice Spice? Well, kids know who that is. She's a rapper. She has like a red, like her hair's like red and an afro style. And okay, my kids love her.
All right.
But she's sitting in the box with Taylor Swift, so she's getting tons of attention. But during
With
the
T
time
Swift?
it shows her,
She sits with T Swift?
she's making like the devil horn motions with her fingers, and she's wearing an upside down cross, and that's just got everybody on. It broke the internet. So apparently, somebody replied, it was so funny, about the Usher performance at the Super Bowl. The one thing that I found was really interesting is how many people said, and this is what I said to my husband, hey, at least they're not naked. Because usually I can't watch a Super Bowl halftime show with my son because the girls are naked. At least they weren't naked. And then someone on internet, a ton of people on the internet said, I didn't see the devil worship stuff in Usher's thing. That's a plus.
Well, let me tell you my plus for it. Usher's from my day and age. He was popular when I was like in my 20s.
Our day and age. I saw him in concert when he opened for Janet Jackson.
Remember, I didn't want to. Anyways, So he's an old dude. He's our age. He's pushing 50. And when he came out and danced on roller skates, I was like, that is pretty awesome. I was like, that's some skill right there. Because there would have just been, I would have done the old whoop right off the stage. I'd have been an accidental crowd surfer.
He, to me, played. I love Usher.
I think he did fine.
I love Ludacris.
I don't know any of his songs.
I would have rather he opened with Ludacris and Little John or whatever, because that song has oomph. But his show felt a little bit slow and quiet.
Okay.
So, and I love Usher.
But maybe he didn't want to upstage the CIA plot between Kelsey and T Swift.
How about Kelsey's behavior on the sideline with his coach?
I don't know nothing about that.
He punched him.
Did he really?
Yeah. It was not a shock. There's memes all over the place about it. And
I've just seen the memes of him yelling at him, but I've seen football players yell at coaches all the time. Remember, I'm a Bears fan. There was a guy named McMahon.
Bears. Yeah, he was BYU football player too.
Yes, he was, and not the BYU football player you're thinking of. He was a different sort. I like how the old BYU coach explained it. He pulled up in a limousine, drinking beer, smoking a cigar, and where do you want me, coach?
Well, either way, I mean, I think the Super Bowl was. Congratulations to Kansas City.
It was fine.
It's back-to-back. The chance of them getting a third is going to be really hard, but amazing if they can do it. It would be cool. I'm just not a fan of Kansas City. I don't know. I got really angry, and my brother said it best when I'm like, "Hey, do you want to?" We actually played Call of Duty because he's like, because we're Raider fans. And what a slap in our face. They're playing a Super Bowl in our stadium against teams we hate. So I credit that to my brother because I did. I had a chip on my shoulder about watching them.
How'd you become a Raiders fan?
My father was Raiders fan.
Goodness.
I used to love the Niners when I was a kid. I was huge.
49ers were kind of
Montana and Rice. Those were my peeps.
Well, and then you got Young. Young carried on. They won, what was it, 4 Super Bowls in a row with him.
In a row?
Yeah.
I don't think any teams won 4 Super Bowls.
I think they did.
I don't think so. Because this Kansas City thing, just to get a triple is going to be.
It's the Kansas City is the first time back-to-back win in 20 years. But
yeah, but you said a row.
But I think they won like 4 in a row or something.
You on drugs?
But anyways, no. San Francisco was kind of a staple Utah team for a long time, especially because of Young. But
Young
I'm a Bears
sat on the bench. Young sat on the bench forever under Montana, and then he came out at the gate just swinging. I loved that team. And then I saw once teammates from Niners started going to the Raiders. And my family already were Raiders fans. All my brothers were, albeit for one. One is a diehard Bronco fan. But when all that started to go, and then when Rice went, I was like, I'm out.
Anyways,
Charles Woodson. Oh, I love it.
I am not a NFL fan as much anymore. I will sit and watch a game, but I generally don't root for anyone. But yeah, she's checking me. How many Super Bowls did they win in a row?
They won 2. They won 1989 and 1990 in a row. They've won a lot of Super Bowls, I believe. And no NFL team has ever won 3 straight. That's what I'm saying. Really? Kansas City now has 2 in a row.
So even the Cowboys back in
next year,
even the Cowboys back in the 90s when they had that run. Just put it to
bed. The Cowboys are not America's team. Okay.
Well, I never said they were, but I know they had a big run. Right?
Just kidding. I actually used to play fantasy football, and that made me love players over teams. So, I mean, I can tell you so many different players that I loved that were on different teams.
You know,
I just never would draft a Raider because I thought it was bad luck. And I'd never draft a Bronco.
I was real big
hate
at
that
watching
team.
the NFL for a long time.
A lot of people
And
were.
then I remember when the whole kneeling thing started, it kind of turned me off, but I still watched it. I was like, I can get past this. But then it got to where the halftime show, it was really during Trump, where the halftime show had to be a political message. And everything else, it pulled me out of it. And then I got to where.
You mean in like Super Bowls?
No, in just regular games.
I don't think, did they show you halftime shows?
Yeah, they would have the halftime recaps and all that all the time.
Right.
When I say a halftime show, I don't mean the parade they have.
Okay.
Like the halftime recap, because there's still a halftime in every football game.
Well, yeah, I know that.
And it had pulled me out. So it got to where I would watch the first half of games, and then that had pulled me out, and I'd find myself out in the garage or going and playing a video game or changing the channel and not going back. And it just happened more and more. And then eventually the game had come up, and I just never even turned it on. There was always something else that pulled me.
I canceled NFL Sunday Ticket because the political stuff, I didn't care. Stay out of my football. This isn't about politics. It's America's way to like escape into our teams.
We're in this weird world where the biggest supporters of everything, that thing seems to want to push them away. We're in a weird time, like Bud Light pushed away rednecks and hillbillies and just dudes.
College frat boys.
Football pushed away your blue collar Americans, their biggest fan group. They pushed them away. Particularly, no blue collar guy wants to sit down and hear about how we should give a shit. Sorry for my language, about Michelle Obama's pantsuit. You know, we don't care. We don't care about any of that.
I don't care about Taylor Swift. And yet that has brought more people, well, I shouldn't say more, I should say different people into football.
I wonder how
their kids are watching now to see Taylor Swift.
How many plays
crazy
were missed so that they could point the camera at that vapid and vacuous airhead?
Well, there's a conspiracy theory that's actually suggested that she is
the product of the Department of Defense.
Yeah.
I would say the NFL has been a product of the Department of Defense.
Used to help boost Biden
and
the
Pfizer.
Democrat Party getting elected. Well, yeah, you get the two together. One's boosted Pfizer. I watch those commercials, which is one of my favorite parts. But then those get political too, to where it's like, what are we doing? Why do we have to do this? Let's not mess with the things that any person can just enjoy. Football. I mean, come on.
I know. I quit.
Have to mess with
I quit caring. But now that I've pulled out of that, I just don't care.
You have more free time on Sunday.
I really don't care. Like right now, if someone said, I've got a ticket for the Super Bowl or a ticket for, a high ticket MMA fight.
Oh,
I'd go to the MMA fight in a heartbeat.
All the time. I love
in a
UFC
heartbeat.
And
or and the football.
Do you know what, my age? Because I'm older. When I picture an event in my mind, like having tickets to a Super Bowl, a concert, you know what goes through my head now that I'm old? Driving there, leaving there,
the
traffic, parking, the expensive drinks.
I've got 2 tickets for 2 concerts this summer, and I'm already game playing in my head. How am I going to park? Do I want to park?
That's what I mean.
Do I want that longer walk? You know how, like when you go to
a big event like that.
When you go to that outdoor theater they have,
USANA. I do love.
You know how you can go in and park right up by it, or there's the kind of walk out by the
Rolling Stone. Today's show
being sponsored.
Rolling Stones are being sponsored by the AARP, and we're both old enough to be members of the AARP now.
Really? How old is
45 and older.
Wow.
They're getting younger and younger.
Back in my day, but anyways,
we think that way.
Yeah, because
a big ticket event
how many times
have you? Super Bowl would be exhausting.
How many times have you sat your butt outside of USANA, sitting in the dirt in your car? You're kind of tired, and you've got to wait until 40 other cars move just so you can get into the line.
That's how Rice
to start moving
too.
for the road. And so,
I saw Garth Brooks, Rice Eccles. In fact, I prefer seeing shows in the Delta Center because you can park places downtown.
You park somewhere else. You
can
plan
get an
your
Uber
dinner on the way
or-
there.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I've got a reservation at that what's that little Italian place there at the
It might be gone now.
the Gateway. I went and ate there like a week ago.
Oh.
Anyways, you can park.
Spookies,
We plan a
spookies.
dinner there, and then we walk right over to the Delta Center, go to the show, and we walk back, and our
Yeah.
parking's right there.
That's nice. But honestly, that's what goes through my head. If you said, "Hey, I got tickets for you to the Super Bowl," I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, can I sell them?"
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine. And Vegas, they should always have Super Bowls in Vegas. Let's just be honest, folks. It's the nicest stadium in the NFL, and it's in the most weather-friendly state that you could possibly
That's
have.
true.
And it's Las Vegas, a city that is actually
And if
capable of putting on every event on the planet
Not to mention,
at once.
if you're going through all the expense of going down there to the Super Bowl, it'd be nice to get there like 3 days early.
Oh, people would do it. There's so
and you have
much
a
to
party
do.
for 3 days, Super Bowl for a day, party for another 2, and then go home.
It just makes sense. So I don't know if people that in the NFL ever watch our show. They will. But if they do, just sign the contract with Allegiance. And here's the thing.
Here's the next
The
thing.
people of Las Vegas would really appreciate if you maybe footed the bill for that stadium in some way, because that's billions of
That's
dollars that
every
they
city.
funded.
And here's another thing. People in the NFL, I don't care what your politics are. I would like you not to care what mine are.
Exactly.
You know?
So you like Bud Light's campaign, like they're the magic genie now, granting wishes, and their campaign. They're
going
trying.
hard.
In fact,
They're
they've
going
got their
hard.
campaign on social media where it's a little TikTok or a little video on
They
social
are
media
on
where
it.
they're like, "What would be your wish for the genie? Put it in the comments, and Bud Light Genie may grant it for you." I'm like,
Bud Light is on life support, and you know what? I hope they make it. I hope that they go far enough to where they're forgiven. We need more lessons learned like that by businesses. One business, here you go. Here's a business message. Quit hiring communists out of college.
"Oh, well, that's
it.
everybody that comes out of college."
That is
right?
it. You know what? Raise people up from the floor into
Yeah.
those jobs, groom them and train them, give them an opportunity, but quit hiring exclusively people out of college.
Yeah, give them
for
internship
your
opportunities in
management.
high school.
No, I'm saying off the floor, not from high school.
Well, they
Take
gotta
the guys
start
who've
from
given you
somewhere.
5 years. They've given you 5 years. They've proven themselves. They're kind of smart. Start pulling them up and grooming them. Start grabbing them, saying, "Hey, I want you to start taking one night class a week to learn this particular skill set. You don't have to have a degree, but take a night class. I've already
I think
whatever."
that's changing.
And
I think people
it
are.
is not. The company that I just left, I talked to them the other day. They have come out and said they are no longer taking management from the floor.
Well, that's going to be their downfall. They're going to get idiots running their show, and they'll deserve every bit of it.
But quit doing that. Start taking guys off the floor, guys that have already established character with you, that have already
Experience,
worked hard. You know,
loyalty.
you can see, yes, start pulling them out. Give people a freaking ladder to climb up the wealth spring of life, instead of saying, "Oh, you know what? This nitwit went to my alma mater, so we're going to move him ahead and leave everyone else in a dead end position." Quit doing that crap.
I agree. Well,
Yes, we got 30 minutes left. All right. We're burning through this.
hey, I think Dwayne had a comment, so you might want to read his comment.
Big Dwayne. All right. Where's that? All right. I used to have season tickets for the Greek Theater in LA. Gave them up because of the drive in and the drive out. Well, and Griffith Park started becoming dangerous. Yeah, that is true. That is, yeah. All right. I do have a, where was it at? Okay. Dwayne sent me a link to watch a Tucker interview that I think is way more important than than the Putin interview. So Tucker interviewed Brett Weinstein. Someone correct me. Anyways, and the day before that, I watched Joe Rogan interview him, and on both of them, he talked about his trip down to the Darien Gap. And the Darien Gap is an area. So there's a highway that goes from Alaska all the way down to the southern tip of South America. And there's one place.
What's it, really?
Yeah. There's a road that goes all the way down.
All the way down the coast?
Yeah. Well, some of it's on the coast, some of it's a little inland, but it's the Pacific Coast Highway, apparently. But anyways, there's one place in Panama called the Darien Gap where the road stops on both sides there. It's like I think it's a 4 mile or 5 mile stretch of forest that they couldn't build that highway through.
Yeah.
And so he went down there to check it out. And while he's down there, he runs into a lot of stuff. And so like, that's where the migrants are getting stuck. And it's a dangerous, awful crap hole of a place to come through, taking a lot of lives. There's a lot of sexual assaults down there, all that stuff.
Is there a serial killer?
Michael Yon took him down there. No, it's just immigrants coming through. And it's the same. It's like everything bad you hear about at our southern border on steroids, because it's so not desolate, but it's desolate forest wise. People are dying down there. People are getting sick, injured, left behind, dying of heat exhaustion. Michael Yon took Brett Weinstein down there. Pan American Highway, Alaska to Tierra del Fuego.
Wow.
How about that? I read some Spanish quick, didn't stumble at all. Anyways, but he's talking about it, and there's a section where right after they get onto the north side of it where people kind of recover, and everyone's been, there's like, he's saying the Pan American Highway.
19,000 miles.
Yeah. But right after they get to the other side of it, there's a little town where everyone kind of recovers. And he stopped and talked, and there's women that have been brutalized in there. And there's locals that they're bandits that are robbing people inside that gap. They're like, that's what they do. Everyone starts out with a cell phone because the NATO is giving these migrants cell phones and plans to get here. I'm thinking NATO is not our friend.
Hey, guess what else they're giving them? They're giving them the Plan B pill for like a overnight, like for a Plan B. If you have a rape, they're giving them Plan B, and they're giving them condoms because rape is so rampant.
That's what I'm saying. But NATO is like sending these people there. I think NATO honestly is trying to tear the United States down, because how do you build a world government when you have this armed and liberty-minded populace? How do you do it? You can't. You cannot. They have to destroy us from the inside.
That's
and I think
the UN also.
Or the UN, whoever. And I think, the UN, not NATO. And I think our government, our Democratic Party, has sold us out to that.
Well,
if you watch
a blurred line in DC,
if you watch that chat with Tucker Carlson and Brett Weinstein or Joe Rogan, and I know if you're a leftist, you're not going to watch either of those because they've been declared bad by, Saint CNN and MSNBC, but you really should.
Oh, you know what? I'm more driven. If somebody tells me not to watch something because it's propaganda or whatever,
I want to reach out to the leftists because we need to reach out to them.
Absolutely. But I'm saying it to everybody, especially the left. When someone is telling you not to listen to so-and-so, not to do this, like I listen to Bill Maher. I listen to his podcast. I don't agree with him ever. Jon Stewart. He just got back on the Daily Show. I started watching the Daily Show again.
That was kind of funny how he's talking about how Biden's losing his step and just showed videos of Trump the whole time. Anyways,
thing is, if you're told not to listen, that should be an opportunity for you to just find out why.
Yeah.
Go see for yourself.
Let me get back to this story. So he's talking about it, but there's a special section that's kind of fenced off and has kind of a structures built, and it's kind of a built up area. And that's where the Chinese migrants go.
Okay. What is it?
They don't, everyone else talks to them there. All the other migrants, the Haitians, the South Americans, the Argentinians, all that, or the Venezuelans, I mean, but the Chinese don't. And their area is set up almost like it's planned.
You mean like a military?
Like a military.
They probably have protection.
FOB. And
it's by design.
And the Chinese, it's almost exclusively fighting age males.
Yeah.
And they've got a different setup. They don't suffer the same problems coming through the Darien Gap because they've got
security,
a planned system. And then they come on up here and they're accepted in. And so Mallory, who's called in a few times, has talked about she thinks we're gonna suffer an invasion. I said, nah, I think our country's gonna fall apart due to other things. But I think she might be right. We are
readier in an invasion. We have been for the last 3 years by design.
We are being invaded. And I think our Democrats have sold us out to it. I think they're all on board with this eat crickets and own nothing and be happy plan that
for everyone else.
That the ultra
not for themselves.
Oh no, they always say you will own nothing and be happy. I mean, Dr. Evil doesn't say I will own nothing and be happy. I'm wondering if those people see on the horizon this birth of AI and automation and all that and think we just don't need people. I mean, how long before like there's overlords that have like a Soylent Green thing and we're eating.
Soylent Green is people.
We're eating ourselves. How long?
It's people.
Right?
Hey, they're already selling baby body parts for the highest bidder.
Yes, they are.
That was discovered, and the fact that didn't just freak everyone out.
Yes.
Blows my mind.
And the colleges are buying them up.
Well, yeah, for research, stem cells. And yet we all benefit from what they find out, usually. So it puts you and I in a moral dilemma because it's already inside vaccines, which could save lives. Maybe it doesn't. But it literally puts us in a moral dilemma. And if we say no more abortion, where are they going to get those body parts from? If not, who knows? I mean, there's an underground world of people who are killed and taken in other countries where their bodies are harvested, their organs are harvested to the highest bidder. Human life doesn't matter to so many people.
I think it's more than that. I think they're thinking, hey, we're reaching AI and automation, so I'll be able to continue my lavish lifestyle.
We're talking about the elites.
We need to figure out how to subdue the rabble. And let's at one circumstance, if they cooperate, we'll put them in kind of a concentration camp. We'll call them 15-minute cities. And if they don't, well, then they're going to have to go away.
The human spirit, the individual spirit has to mean something. And the second we start, this is why I'm so against abortion. It's because once you decide when a human is viable, when a human has a right to life, or when they don't, then we're losing as a society. Because then what about the elderly who can't contribute anything financially? Or what about the person who's paraplegic or quadriplegic who can't actively work? You're starting to value people's life.
You just leaned into something. What about the elderly? What did Cuomo do?
He killed him. But here's what I'm saying, interrupter.
I'm sorry.
When you devalue a person because they can't exist without their mother, well, a lot of elderly people can't exist without another person. And this is the problem. You went down that slope. It's a moral decision. And when society as a whole is saying, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can kill newborns, or before they're born, we'll kill them. Yeah, that should be fine. Assisted suicide, that's fine. That's
yeah,
fine.
that stuff's crazy.
And now it's turned into we're putting them out of their misery, which is what happens in China when you've got a whole generation of elderly folks and not a generation of people to take care of them. Now they start putting them out of their misery. That's where self-assisted suicide comes in huge. And the government's going to help you out too.
Was it last week or the week before, Finland? A girl that has depression, 100% physically capable, not physically ill. They gave her authorized assisted suicide. And I think they're televising it in a way of celebration.
Sick.
We are in a crazy world. Now, this website has been around for a long time.
And it's not real. The people who are really doing this don't advertise it, I'm
Is
sure.
it not real? Because I heard about this cannibal club, reading about it from what was Katy Perry.
I've seen it about Katy Perry, Lady Gaga,
yeah.
That there's this underground of devil worship and cannibalism, and then they have these fancy parties. Here's my question: where are they getting the food from?
Where's it at?
Because unless people are donating their bodies to science, these elites aren't going to want.
It's
the same thing with the adrenaline or the stuff that people feed on. Yeah, to make them younger. If this was real, these people would be in prison because it's against the law to sell human body parts. It's against the law to eat a human. You can't even put one in your backyard that you knew that died of natural causes without the law having something to say about it. You can't even touch a corpse in a way that's considered. I mean, they've got laws against everything. So
I don't know.
People don't know what we're talking about. You got to show the screen.
The cannibal club.
I don't think it's legit, because if it was, there's where are they getting the food from that they're preparing?
Well, one of them
publicly, I should say. I'm not saying it doesn't happen in private, because our world is sick, and we know how sick our world is.
This one you could definitely do without. Whoa, that just
a placenta lasagna. Okay, you know where they're getting it from.
That
Someone
just sounds
is donating
so gross.
it. It's all gross. The whole website is Cannibal Club. But again, that people have eaten placenta before.
What would make you think of doing that? Because the dog did it after it had a litter?
No, I wouldn't do it. But you know what? There's a lot of people who refuse to eat any meat of any kind. They all have their reasons. I think when you consider a human life not valuable and that the individual is not important, that some person who lives clear across the world in a terribly poor town, who may not be the same color as me, may not have the same opportunities as me, if you don't consider that person just as valuable as yourself, human race is lost. We're lost because life has matter. It has value. We're all meant to be here at this time. In this day and age, we are meant to be born at this time. We are chosen because I believe that God chooses us to all be here. So every life has value.
Sure.
The world we're in is just ridiculous. But again, back to celebrities who worship the devil. I mean, there's something.
Here's a question
to that.
Here's a question. When you say every life has value, and this is going to be a hard thought, were you in support of us invading Iraq in 2003?
No, I wasn't. But I also
I'll give an honest opinion.
Didn't believe that. Why were we going to Iraq when we knew the terrorists were from Saudi Arabia?
In 2003, I bought the hype. and I supported it.
Yeah, I didn't. You know what though? Before Bush was elected, I remember perfectly. My brother was a huge Bush fan. And I said, you vote for him, we're going to be in a war in 2 years. And I said it flippantly.
Yeah.
And so when he said they were going to war in Iraq, I was like, why Iraq? We know they're from Saudi Arabia. Oh, because Saddam Hussein, who had another issue with his dad. This all just to me was
it's just
so
daddy issues.
Wrong.
No, I agree.
It was wrong.
100%. But I bought the hype then.
Yeah, because you were emotional. I mean, we had been attacked on our own soil. Someone had to pay. And if they have weapons of mass destruction like they thought they did.
Thought? I don't think they thought we did. I think they said that, just like in the build-up for Desert Storm. Remember that girl that came out and said they pulled the babies out of the incubators? Remember that girl that testified in front of Congress saying that?
No, and I don't care. We've got 15 minutes left.
She was the ambassador's daughter for what the heck's the country?
Iraq?
No, for Desert Storm.
Kuwait.
For Kuwait. She was like the Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter. It's complete BS.
People believe nothing you hear and only half of what you see.
Nothing you hear.
Because even what you see now, it can all be faked. And I'm not against AI. I think it's still messy enough where you can pick it out.
I don't think we have a choice.
When you see it. Right. It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an evil genius out there who's developing it. We might as well have people who don't have evil intent also developing it or figuring it out, because it's here and it's only getting smarter every single second. So we have to decide right now what we value. And, maybe an EMP would be a blessing in disguise to get rid of all technology and make us start over and try to protect human life and rebuild.
So
that's a story we should definitely.
Yeah. So bring it back to Utah. We got 15 minutes. We can cover this. So the school board is calling Natalie Klein up to bat. We should have Monica come on and talk about it, but they're trying to say that she said disparaging things that caused teachers and students to receive death threats.
She, to be fair, didn't say them. The comments on her post said them.
Yeah.
She didn't say them.
But if so, she's not allowed to point out actual issues in a school. I do think that our school system right now has produced a system where to get praise in school, you need to meet the minority check mark or whatever, and they're fostering that, which is causing mental problems. I mean, look at all of our school shootings now are people who, all of them forever, are people who've had mental issues, even from the first reported school shootings.
But the last 5?
But the last 5 are particularly
body dysmorphic disorder,
transgenders. And
we don't know what color their hair was. That's highly offensive.
But you know how we've got this explosion in transgenderism going on. I think that comes down to mostly you take a 5-year-old and that 5-year-old wants to please the adult in the room. And the only time the adult is pleased is when this 5-year-old over here with a weirdo mom who wants to put him in a dress or her in a jockstrap sends him to school. And then the teacher goes, "Oh, you're perfect and brave. I love you." All the other kids just get blanketly, normalized or get treated.
Actually, right now in junior high,
ambivalently.
It's popular. You're popular if you're a cutter.
See, what's up with that?
If you're suicidal, if you are
and we
trans
just
or gay,
we just had
in a weird way. It's not like you're the most popular kid in school, but people leave you alone and idolize you in some way.
As a country, we're leaning into mental problems. We're leaning into them and idolizing them. We just have a young lady here in Tooele that, and I'm not saying she had any of these issues, but what a tragedy that is
terrific
for her family. And And
We had
I'm
a young person, 12 years old.
12 years old.
And this isn't the first time. And the first time it happened, I know it shocked the entire community. Now this is a year later.
And so let me just pose this thought. And
at 12.
I honestly don't want to, I want to make sure I tread lightly on this, but what if in school, teachers and parents both emphasize suicide negatively or positively all the time? What if that put the idea into the child's head?
I think the society as a whole, I don't necessarily think in school, but in movies.
And I'm not thinking that the teachers are trying to.
I don't think children really appreciate what suicide is.
And that's probably not a natural thought that comes to a child.
Solution to a temporary problem.
And
kids don't realize that permanence, I don't think, because they don't realize the value of their lives. Even
then, and I don't think suicide comes naturally to a 12-year-old. I think that is an idea that is introduced.
Well, there could be a family member who had done it, and that was a way. I mean, a lot of people are affected by suicide.
Could be, and I'm not.
There's a lot of shows.
It's exploding in our country. These issues, mental issues, are exploding in our country. And as a general populace, we're leaning into them.
Yes, because as a populace and as doctors and colleges, you're stopped changing what true language is, and you're not calling a mental illness a mental illness.
Yes.
You are celebrating it, and you are profiting off of the mutilation of children for their whole lives. And it's like we all entered some upside down world.
Telling you, CERN, they started CERN. Boop, here we are, crazy line. Let me ask you a question. In junior high school, did you have any friends that were on prescription drugs?
None.
I had.
I did. I had one.
I had 3 friends on Ritalin.
No, I only had one, and it was on Prozac.
That's it.
For mental illness and depression.
I didn't know what any of those things were. I'm sure there were some.
I didn't know what Ritalin was at all.
But I didn't know any friends that were on any depression drugs.
No.
And if they were, it was kept quiet because it was rare.
And it was shame.
It wasn't shame. We didn't shame them, but it was rare.
No, we didn't. But parents back then, people were afraid to talk about mental illness back then, or anxiety, or, oh my gosh, my kid's on Ritalin. Like, it wasn't talked about. And so I think that over the time that we've progressed, where we can actually talk about it openly, but at the same time, mass prescriptions.
Well,
and the younger they get, and most of them aren't even for people under 18.
It's us that did it.
Absolutely.
It's our age group that said, oh, my kid's having trouble. Yeah, put him on a drug. My kid's doing the exact same thing I did at the exact age. He's boiling over with energy, or, he's going through a moment where his first public hair appeared and his voice is cracking, so he's acting weird. Put him on a drug. That's us that leaned into that. It's us that allowed our kids to go through this. Well,
I mean, you're right from the sense that it's us, but I mean, like, my kids aren't millennials, and it was millennials that were the beginning of the high dosages and stuff. You raised a millennial though, didn't you? Mm-hmm. I started way late.
Yeah, my kid's 28.
So Dwayne says Harvard Health Publishing estimates that 1 in 10 women ages 18 and over are on antidepressants. And the Times reports that white women over 45 make up 41% of patients currently taking antidepressants.
And Democrat supporters.
That's also higher in the state of Utah. Utah is the #1 state for people prescribed an antidepressant. And Prozac, it used to be Prozac.
He says it's a badge. And yes, it's become a badge.
And this is the hardest part for me is you get some kids that
is Utah bullied. Really the highest?
Yeah, it's been the highest. We had the highest consumption of Prozac, and we were known for the highest consumption of green Jello.
Wisconsin has the highest consumption of beer.
But these kids right now, and I have a kid in junior high, and he is the ups and downs, and the bullying is different. It's different. Like
we've become a female society. It's the shaming.
Girls are wicked.
It's the shaming, the what is it? Rallying, shaming. Something they've got acronyms for the different type of bullyings. And boys bowling was physical, violent, brutal, immediate, but done. And girls was the shaming and all that. The girls one actually caused more damage, especially in the day of the internet. But it's not physical violent. But now
it's psychological warfare.
Even the boys, average boys, bully in the girls' way. And everyone that studies this argues that we have become a female-driven society.
Effeminate.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
That's right. So I need to.
Kids got to get bullied, I think, a little bit from their peers and be bullies a little bit because they're learning. When you're a teenage, the teenage brain is basically telling you everyone is looking at you and everyone is judging you. And you are just, you haven't adapted your place in the world yet. I mean, it is science. Your brain is already so insecure. Now we're going to add on, oh, by the way, that's not insecurity. That's not normal. You're in the wrong body. Mm-hmm. And we're going to put you up on a pedestal. And the thing is, we got off base here where Natalie Klein's concerned. Natalie Klein didn't have to post the picture of she posted a picture of a female basketball team and said, high school sports, I think in Utah, something like that. Mm-hmm. One of the girls on the team is very tall. And it turns out, I mean, she's a girl. They were all girls.
Okay.
But the comments were saying very negative things regarding transgenders. And Natalie ended up taking it down because her point was, this wasn't what I was trying to, the comments here are not, I don't agree with these comments.
Did she just put the picture up just showing a high school basketball team?
Pretty much. Now,
and so people ran away with it.
Maybe she was, I don't know what her intent was. We have to ask her. And the truth is, she was brutalized. And then she was censured by the legislature and the governor. Mm-hmm. And now they're trying to destroy her in the state school board. And I talked to Gowd about this very issue last night at a meeting, an SEC meeting. Mm-hmm. And Gowd, I said, what do you think? Because he's so involved where the school board is concerned and the council, and he knows Natalie. And he just says, I'm appalled at how she's being treated.
Yeah, I am too. They call her in for a struggle session, a straight up struggle session.
What does that mean?
Struggle sessions come in communism. They didn't have meritocracy for you to prove yourself. So what they do is they would have depending on where you were, China had 2 a week.
What does
North
it do?
Korea.
You
Anyways,
fight like physical?
Nope. You meet up with your group of peers. So the twice a week was your work peers, and the other one, and like Tuesday was work peers, Thursday was neighborhood. And at a struggle session, you go in there and you have to name and shame, and also name and shame yourself. So you go in and people would try to go in and say, oh, the other night I had a thought where I thought the dear leader maybe wasn't leading us down the wrong path, but I had to pull myself out. And then everyone shamed you for it. How can you think that? Okay. It's a struggle session. It's an imposition to maintain diligence, whereas in a capitalism
the crowd keeps you in order.
No, it's not the crowd. It's meritocracy. It's you doing good work makes you rise up.
The struggle session.
The struggle session is,
we're all going to be down because we're all the same. Nobody's special, and we're all just sinners, and nobody's. There's no individual spirit.
Well, we should reach out to Natalie Klein and have her come on again. And we should reach out to what's his name, our local guy, and ask him, come on, tell us what your thoughts on this are.
Oh, Matt. Hi, miss.
Yeah, we should reach out to Matt. Have him come on. Honestly, Matt, if this is okay with you, if it is what it appears to be to us, explain that. And if there is something else that needs to be brought to light, explain that.
I think that if it was meant to be mean and point out what she thought may have been a transgender girl, it slapped her in the face, because there was no transgender on that team.
Okay.
But
do you think that maybe she would have researched that and found that out beforehand?
I would hope.
Because if she didn't, if she didn't, I would suggest that she shouldn't be in that job because that was stupid.
But here then I give you this argument. What research could you possibly do? Who's going to tell you if that girl has a penis or not?
Can't you look and find a transgender basketball team somewhere? I'm sure there's lots of them. Matter of fact, we knew about that Massachusetts track team from
Utah.
Okay, in Utah. But
I don't think
I wouldn't even have put a picture up if I didn't know about one.
And that's the thing. She posted it and she says it didn't have the comments are not what she was trying to reflect in this picture at all. I'd like to know what she was trying to reflect in the picture. That's something that we should ask her.
But here's what I expect.
Then to assume
if it's not a real thing, I expect Hymus, the guy that I would have elected, the guy from my area, I would expect him to step in and be a bulwark against BS. I expect, if I'm going to pay you, I expect you to have your nuts drop and be a fucking man.
Bro.
Sorry for my language. But that's just seriously what I expect.
Right.
Just
the
like
thing is, it's not Natalie Klein. The only reason everyone knows her name is because she has been standing up like that.
She has, yes.
And she's made a name for herself as going against what the norm is in our education system. So she's already a target because she has stood up against it and all of that.
She has.
She's also made a name for herself for the way she's done it. I hate to say that another member of that board hasn't been fighting the good fight, both in practice and at the board level, without getting any popularity off of it. Or trying
there is someone who's done that
a ton. Well, I'm wondering, Natalie Klein.
Well, here's one thing. Let me tell you one thing I know. I've been to 2 meetings that she's put on where she's showing the evidence.
Right.
I haven't heard of meetings of anyone else coming out and saying, here's what's going on. Here's what the school, here's what the schools are putting out. Are we allowed into the school board meetings?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, we should start going those. But I've seen her come out. Here's what we're putting out. This happened in Davis County, and this is what is going on. This happened in Summit County, and this is what's going on. And that's why I'm saying now she is getting all the attention.
Right, because she's doing what you and I want our people to do.
She shouldn't be standing alone in that. Because, and here's a message to all the rest of you twingy weirdos. I would be mad. I would be mad as a rattlesnake if I was Holly and I was sending my child off to this place where their security was unsure. And what I mean by their security is this school going to try to separate them kids from me in any way? Is this school going to introduce ideas to them that I would not introduce in my house? Not just talking about homosexuality and all that, but suicide
is my child getting bullied also in a way that
or the need
you're doing nothing,
or the need or the popularity of being on the cocktail drug du jour of the day. I would be pissed. I would be very pissed if that was going on. I don't know if that happened when my son went to school. Granted, he graduated 10 years ago, but I would be.
Oh, I just saw the funniest thing and I'm going to try to find it.
I would be pissed and I would be nervous. Right now, I've got nieces and nephews in school and I'm like, when they go to school in, say, the 2nd grade, are they breaking into learning addition or do they have a sit down message where they've got to discuss the political facts of the day according to, the 28-year-old gender studies major with a teacher stamp? That's what I'm asking.
So there's a gentleman that went after the school board and he gets so angry and he's calling them all.
Is it our school board?
No.
Or is it the one where the guy tries reading one of the books they have in there and they kick him out? Because that happens a lot.
No, this guy called them all stupid and fat and just went after them. And then when they were like, we need a recess, he's like, I'll reclaim my time because you're going to sit here and listen. You're making our children stupid. You are putting books like this. It was regarding one of the books.
I know.
He said, pull it, put it in a public library. But you're putting this in. He's like, you're making our kids dumber. And then what happens? You're making dumb adults like yourselves that are going to go out into the world and make dumb decisions like what we have happening right now.
They're making sheep.
Yes.
Well, we've gone way over our time.
All right. I'm going to try to find this.
We'll have Holly bring that up. We need to just have a show. I apologize for my language. I got fiery.
I'm sure that there's a way to bleep that out.
Yeah,
now that we're on the big kid table.
I can go in and bleep that out. But but no, this is what I expect. Like, I expect my law enforcement officers to be bold and daring and honest and uphold laws. I expect my firefighters to fight. Your life, these are hot mics. Yes, they are. I expect my firefighters to fight fires. I expect my teachers to produce well-rounded, educated kids, not indoctrinated, educated.
Well, I expect my government to represent me and my neighbors.
I expect my government to defend my rights and my property and to get out of the way.
Well, yeah. Well, they don't expect to do that. So we have to start standing up. And if it makes us have a name for ourselves, either be on a school board or be it in a community somewhere like Gary in Summit County, when we start standing up, more people are listening.
We should have went to that Natalie Klein struggle session and listened to it. And if it was BS, that's when we stand up and say, what are you guys doing?
I didn't even know what was happening.
I didn't either.
Again, she's not my representative. And I can't be everywhere all the time. I would love to know.
But I've gone to 2 meetings she's put
happening. Well, those are meetings she's calling. So you could actually say they're propaganda
Sure,
meetings.
they could be.
If we go to the school board meetings and let's watch her in action and let's watch the others in action and see exactly, because she's just been censured by our legislature. And I'm thinking maybe what she did was to intend to bully, but that's in poor taste. Don't ever put a picture of high school girls ever up.
Yeah, I don't think you should.
That's poor taste. But I think she saw what the comments were doing and went, yikes, that's not what I meant. But did she have a person on the team, or was that to be in poor taste? Was she baiting people? Because if she was, she has every right to be censured.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything.
If she did, that's a bad move. And that's what I want to know.
Mean.
That's why I want Hymas to come on and tell me.
It's not his job to tell you why she did it. We need her on.
No, I want him to come on and tell me what their perception is.
Oh, from the other members of the
board?
Well, the whole legislature's gone after her. The governor's gone after her. They talked about it in the SEC. Do they censure? Yeah, absolutely. The thing is censors do nothing. And in an election year of all time, like, this is giving her a lot of attention, whether she's likes
from
it or
South
not.
Salt Lake, right?
I don't even know.
I think she represents South Salt Lake.
What she's saying is resonating with people. And I don't think she should be a bully. That I do not agree with at all.
I would have never.
Totally uncalled for.
I would have never used a picture of a teenage girl.
Or teenage girls. But, these girls belong to somebody. And I'd be just as mad if that was my kid. And whatever point you're making, now you just made my kid in your point. That isn't right. I don't agree with that. And I get why people are angry at her. But I also think that.
Did you ever see the thing that she posted?
The actual post?
Yeah.
No.
I haven't either.
No, but I've heard enough about it. I mean, people that would never condone or never stand up against her still were like, I don't agree with the post.
Was it about was her post about transgenders on the team? I think
she was implying that one of the girls on the team looked like a boy. But and I believe it has something to do with Statsbury. It was something local. Because keep in mind, this is the whisper tree or whatever, the whisper chain. You don't know. But the post was just out of line. You don't do that. Even if you know of a transgender on a high school team, bring up that. Don't show pictures, please. It's hurtful to the children. And I think it was actually shown that the person she was insinuating was transgender absolutely wasn't. And now can you imagine being that young lady?
Oh, see.
And that young lady's father livid.
That is a bad move.
Right. It's not smart.
I want to see the post, though. They should.
Well, you got to search more than just her name. You got to put her. You know, a million people screen saved that too.
I know. And that's the thing. I need to start screen saving it. Need to get in the Wayback Machine.
Anyway, we'll try to see what we can do about getting to the guts of it. I know that Gowd was interested. I mean, he was very informative, and I'm absolutely hoping that we could learn more if we can't get her on.
We've had Natalie Klein on before.
Yeah, well, it's election year. This I only know because educators in our county were commenting about how ridiculously mean this was, and for what. When she was, if her implication was that there's a transgender on this basketball team, then she was wrong, and she did it for nothing.
Even then, even if I was making a post and I was just looking for a stock photo, I would have never used a picture of a teenage girl. That is.
No, I don't think she was using a stock photo.
Yeah. That's playing with spiders. I'm not seeing the post on here. I'd have to dig in and really research. But anyways, we're going to cut the show loose. You guys have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, 1 hour ago, Utah School Board member Natalie Klein did an interview with KUTV to talk about this post a couple weeks ago. So apparently a father had called her concerned his daughter's basketball game. They had the daughter's basketball game and the other team looked like they had boys on their team, and the father was upset about it. And so that's how she got involved. And he wanted to know if his daughter was safe and asked the question. And so that she gets into it. You can see it on YouTube. But she simply asked to know if it was a boy on the other team. Again, if her post was as simple as we've been told, that it said high school.
Here's a question. And here's how, let me tell you how I feel about this. Let's say your daughter's about to play a game and you find out there's a transgender boy on the other team. I still wouldn't even call out that transgender boy.
No, you don't, because it's still a
child.
Teenager, guys.
Yeah, that's still a child.
And it's super time, their hardest time in their life. And if they're already confused and having body dysmorphic dysphoria, you're only just making it worse.
Yeah, and you're not going to help anyone with that.
People stop listening, because we all have kids or people in our lives that we love no matter what.
Yep.
And the last thing we want is for anything bad to happen to them. And that's what we want. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. And never, ever, ever, rule number one, don't be a dick. Like, just rule number one. If you're trying to make a point or you're trying to do something, you don't have to be a jerk about it. And just because you can doesn't mean you should. Those are top two rules in
Dwayne says, rule of thumb, do not ever comment, post, tweet, or retweet pictures of anyone under 18 unless that person is a child of yours and you're sharing like, hey, look, my kid won the derby.
I'm saying don't even post that with AI now. They can turn your child into anything.
Well,
it's getting
that's going to happen no matter what.
Yeah. Well,
That's whether you post it or not. That's going to happen no matter what.
I have a friend of mine that puts stars in her kids' eyes when she shares pictures of her kids.
That's fine.
And it just means AI can't pick it up.
That's fine, but I would not share a picture of a child that's not connected to me.
No,
never,
especially with comments like you're going to get. The crowd you're
but
playing.
The AI thing's coming. I'm excited. This summer is going to be so much fun with the deep fakes. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what shenanigans the Don and the Biden get up to. It's going to be fun. They're going to be
believe nothing that you hear, folks.
I don't believe anything anyway, but I'm that weirdo that never has. And it's going to be so much fun.
And only half of what you see.
Yep.
And I really hope to see how our president does in East Palestine tonight. I'm wondering if he even knows if he's in the United States or if he's in Palestine.
Dude, are they measuring the meth they give him in pounds? Or do you think, are they up to there?
Well, I want to know what they're giving him, because I know of people with dementia that could really use that help. So why don't you share what you're doing to keep him looking like a president for 3 years? Share it with the rest of the elderly that could use it.
That last 3 hours of work on a Thursday.
He only works 3 hours.
But just to get me through it, like when you start slowing down towards the end of the week, and you're like, oh, this stinks.
No, whatever cocktail he's on, it's probably made brought to you by Pfizer, and it's probably not even out there yet.
It's the good stuff.
I know it makes him angry at weird moments.
No, that's dementia.
Dare you? I know that, but at the same time, like
dementia makes.
But you notice the press now is calling him out. Where have you guys been for 3 years? Obviously, it tells me it's written in the agenda somewhere. We're going to release it in 2024.
Or do you think they're trying to save face?
Oh, no.
Well, who are they going to put in?
Well, and then you're going to do an Article 25, and Kamala won't want to do it. They can't do it with the Speaker of the House. So they're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama.
Do you think Michelle will do it?
If she's stupid, she'll do it.
She's already said a few times she won't.
Right.
But then again, they told me that Joe Biden just has a stutter.
Yeah, no, Michelle Obama is the only one that could possibly beat Trump in polls. And if she did it, she is.
You know what?
Crazy.
You know who could beat Trump?
She can make so much money what she's doing now. She's doing just fine.
You know who could beat Trump? Is that RFK.
I know.
I think he would stand a chance.
I couldn't stand to listen to him talk.
I couldn't either. I'm not saying I would vote for him.
Do you think he could beat Trump? With his climate change religion?
He's got huge popularity with the left.
COVID. Get out of that one issue and look at his climate change beliefs.
Yeah, the left.
That'll turn you.
Did I not say the left? I'm not saying I'm a fan of his. I'm saying who he's got popularity with. But he beats Trump with independence. And that is who decides elections.
Not educated independents. They have to learn more about him.
I'm not saying
listen to him talk about climate change, and you just want to.
I'm not saying they're right or wrong.
Gouge your own earballs out.
I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just stating what is.
You're saying that he would beat Trump in a head-to-head. I'm saying
that's the way I read the polls, because he beats Trump with independents already.
But the left doesn't like him.
You know why they don't like him?
Because he's not Biden?
Because he's coming out against Biden. Same reason why they don't like that.
He also came out against the vaccine.
Williamson.
And the left didn't like that.
The same reason that they don't like, he's actually beating Biden right now too. But the same reason that the Williamson isn't doing great, or that guy with the crazy hair. But you know who really doesn't like him? The left media. That's his greatest enemy.
They're the biggest enemy of Trump too.
Yes, they are.
They just don't realize the more they talk about him, the more attention they give him.
But polls are real and they're out there. Do I believe the polls? Not usually. But on this one, it's the independents are who I like to read in the polls. And man.
I disagree. I think
RFK
Trump-
might beat Trump with Dems, but the DNC is canceled. That's the thing. The DNC in the media has shut him out. I mean, how crazy. This is a crazy thing. A guy whose father and uncle were both murdered with aspirations for that office comes out, I think it was a year ago or 8 months ago, whenever, once he announced, requests Secret Service coverage that everyone else is getting.
Oh no, this is all by design. I mean,
And
Biden is like, nope.
Biden tells him no. Everyone look, and I'm not saying I would vote for RFK. Biggest stance RFK that I oppose him with is the statements he's made on gun control.
You don't think the climate control stuff is anything? That'll tax you out of your ears.
Sure, but the stuff he said on gun control is honestly my biggest argument I've had with him. But and the climate, yes, that also, but I haven't paid attention to him saying that much because I got down the
He's
down
at
the
the
gun
altar,
control.
worship altar of climate change.
Sure, but
he's got a hot topic, which is COVID, and a lot of people are over it.
But
and they want to move on. And
I want to say that if elections were held on how I feel, this country would be saved. It would have been saved a long time ago. Sadly, elections aren't held on how I feel. Elections are held on emotions. Emotions on the right and emotions on the left. And that's why we're circling the drain. Someone pulled the plunger and we're just
human beings
getting ready.
I mean, it's in their nature to want a king.
Sure.
And then they get what they vote for.
That's right.
So we're over now.
We're way over.
Minutes.
But that's the interesting thought. I wonder where this goes, but this is going to be the best year ever. Best year ever. CERN got turned on. They made that boson or whatever. Boom, we're in a new clown universe. The multiverse is real, and here we are. And I wonder how things are going in the universe we left. That's all I'm saying. Maybe the Mayan calendar came true over there.
Okay, next time you guys are on, we're going to see you, and we're going to have Celeste Malloy on as a congresswoman for District 2. And I'm super excited to have her.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I want her on as a candidate.
I have a lot of questions, like, how was your first year? Were there any bubbles that were burst for you? Yeah, her first month. Were there any bubbles that were burst for you? Was there anything, because she worked for Stewart, but was there anything as an employee of Stewart that a bubble burst actually sitting in that chair? Did something else happen? Was it like, hey, when you just worked there, you went home at 8 o'clock at night and you thought, hey, the day was over, but that's when some calls came in. She can't tell me about those. Was there a smoky room? Did they show you the other angle of the Zapruder film?
Okay. On that note, I think we get her for like a half hour.
That's cool. But I just want to ask her.
So I'm curious about the omnibus spending bill, her vote on that. I'd like to know, like you, I want to know about the smoky room. The things that happen when you're not there, that I bet it's really tough to jump into that role. Not even election year. She's thrown into the role. She's thrown into these votes. And then, she knows the relationships, but she's not Chris Stewart. She's establishing her own. She's got her own amazing talents and expertise that Chris Stewart didn't even have. I mean, his was military and hers is environmental and lawyer. So I think that it's probably pretty crazy. And she's only been in to be fair, she was sworn in November after she won her special election. So December, January. So we're going into the third month. But a lot of stuff has happened and has been thrown in front of Congress. And she went in knowing the American people, at least the people in her district, were sick and tired of Ukraine. So I think a lot of people were worried about the border when she was running, but I don't think it's nearly as intense as it got through these last few months.
Yeah.
People have gotten more awake. There's been more camera footage on the border.
Actually, I think the right has breathed a sigh of relief watching their fellow countrymen on the left start going, this is messed up. Yeah. Because the right's been screaming about it for years. Like, When are we going to do something? And the left just called them racist. Oh, you're just
but it's
evil.
not even just like in our neighbors right and left. It's in DC. The Republicans were pretty quiet about it too. They've had presidencies where they could have shut the border down and didn't. Our neighbors have been screaming about it.
The Republicans in DC? Are you talking about the national, like Congress and Senate?
Yeah.
Because if you're talking about DC, like the city, there's not a Republican there that's not sent there from anywhere else.
But I'm talking about
funny. That's a
they've had
fact.
all these years. So when Trump goes in, then he's the devil because he wants to secure the border and he's a racist and a xenophobe, blah, blah, blah. And then, then it was like, hey guys, you better pick a side on this border issue. Republicans have wanted the workforce for their people, for business, and Democrats have wanted the votes. So now that we have to pick a side, I'm hoping, and I leave Celeste out of this because she's just new. This is long term.
Here's the question I want to ask her. What is different in the law now that made it so that every other president, including Obama, could have some control over the border? What is different in the law now that we have to have a law written to do what every other president did? What did something change? Did a law get passed?
Every other president didn't enforce the law that's in the books now.
Yeah, but
they all had their reasons.
What is different? Because Obama deported more people than Trump ever did.
People are more pissed because now left cities, blue cities are suffering.
Over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Over the last 2 years, Biden shut down any enforcement on the border.
Right.
He killed it. He killed it day one. What is different now that now Biden's saying, I'll enforce it, but you have to write me a law to do it? So what is different now that requires the law that all these other presidents, including Obama, Clinton, Bush, all of them managed this? What is different now that a new law has to be written?
That's a great question, but that's for the Senate. They're the ones coming up with the bill.
That's fine. I want to ask her because she's the person that sits in that I have sent to that
right. She's
city
in Congress
to manage that. But still, I want to ask her,
to fund it.
Is there a different, did some law get written or
that's
thrown
what they're trying
away
to do
from?
is have a bill written.
Why does one have to be written? I think one has to be written so that the red party and the blue party can hold me hostage to send some more of my money and steal some more of my money for something else. That is my feeling. I think
that's all that was about. It was always about that.
I think the Republicans.
I need a law. You guys need to give me this money for Ukraine if you're going to get money.
And let me write up this law. Law could be a paragraph long. Why is it 30 pages? Because the rest is about
to do with the border.
What they're giving to Ukraine and Israel and all that. So that is my question. That's what I want to ask her. Is there a difference in the law? And it doesn't matter. I mean, hey, I would be pissed right now if I was a congressperson or a senator or a president and they are putting me in there and I get to preside over the end of the greatest experiment in